Okay, guys, I apologize for that. We're gonna push forward here and restarting the stream. I was muted for 20 minutes, probably the most important part of the stream as well. And something's wrong with my camera too. I'm a little blurry, but we're gonna keep pushing forward. This information is so important. We're not gonna worry about the camera, all this stuff, all the petty nonsense. And where we left off is actually a good place to start. Besides, I was muted the entire time that we were reading this article, which was the most important, which is where I should have began in the first place with this. And now I'm more focused. Okay, so again, okay, we're going to start over with the stream. And then what we talked about before, we're going to be touching on things over and over again. Okay, where it's going to be tedious investigation. And we'll be here for at least, I'm going to, hopefully I could, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Oh, the other stream one. Hopefully, we just do the 6 hours max. I'm gonna do the whole 6 hours, and we're gonna stop there because I want to be somewhere by 7, take care of something, and then we'll be doing a part 2 as soon as possible. Part 3, 4, and 5 maybe. The most important topic, in my opinion. Let me try to fix my camera here. It does look kind of weird, but whatever. That's good enough. So, but before we move forward, let me restart here. This is for entertainment purposes only. I'm not a medical professional. If you want medical advice, seek one of those, please. If you're a parasite, see your ass at the door. You know what I mean? Don't let the door hit you on the way out. So again, I'm not a medical professional. Do your own research. I've done a lot of research in my life on this, and I've learned a lot. But something came over me about 3 days ago that made me get really deep into this, and I knew that's where we had to head next, was these parasites. They're operating on many levels, from microscopic levels all the way to the people around us and these systems that they built around us that we have to navigate in. And so we'll be touching on all this on this topic. Now, the best place to start is right where we left off on this article, and we're going to start over. Did hidden epidemic in North America parasites? And then we're going to rewatch those videos as well later on, and we have many more videos to get to. And then I know some people were talking about Candida. They want to learn about it. We're going to be getting to that video next, and then the videos we already played, we're going to get to that later. So, pay close attention to this, people. Everybody, please like and share the video. It does help. And spread this information. You don't even have to like and share the video. Just share this information. I don't care about people watching the YouTube channel. I just want the information out there. I don't want any credit for it. You know what I mean? That's not what I'm looking for. So as I'm getting deeper in, it kind of started on the channel real quick. I'll say this. Getting into the parasitic system of religion. That's obviously a parasitic system for sure. Only, and I want to touch on this for a minute, only a parasitic system would create something like that and make you give all this energy and all this too, with, I believe, nothing in return, but making you a victim of a parasitic system, in my humble opinion. So that's where the journey began. And I knew, when was this? When I did the, is scripture the words of God or the words of men? It was December 20th. December 20th. So it was 2 months ago. Yeah, 2 months ago, I knew when I was going to head that direction on the channel, I knew things would change. I knew people would unsubscribe, leave the channel. I knew I would have less attention, and I knew you know, people will be less interested. But I knew that that's where I head, because I'm not headed the popular route. I'm not here to be watched, be viewed, or none of that stuff. I'm gonna keep my eye on the mute button, make sure I'm not hitting it. And that's the sacrifice I made, because I'm not here for that, people. I'm not here for drama and entertainment. This is for entertainment purposes, but I'm not here to be entertained or entertain. I want to reiterate that. Does that make sense? It should to you guys. So let's speak some truth, people. I'm not here to. I'm done playing in the kiddie pool, you know, on YouTube and all this stuff. These pointless topics, in my opinion. I think that it's good to talk about topics. I like these topics too. I love the Mandela effect. Let me say something real quick, because some people are taking this the wrong way. I love the Mandela effect. I think flat earth talk and debates are great. I like them. I think they're cool, you know. But I'll just talk about my experience. So, but it becomes a loop and an endless rabbit hole of just reminding ourselves that it's happening, or of this truth. And then it becomes a religion where if anyone doesn't agree with this truth, that's not really that important in the grand scheme, in my opinion, in a way, you know. But it becomes a religion where you start demonizing and condemning others that don't believe in that, right? Which I understand, I've done it too. And I'm kind of doing it here with the parasite thing. So, like, I totally get it and stuff like that. But it becomes a loop. And I start looking at these people and saying, even though I like the person, I think they're a great person, they have our best interest in mind. They're not like an agent or a fraud, or I'm not thinking like that about them. But I see it for what it is, that it's just a loop, and it's like, okay, where do we go from here? You know, just keep talking about the shape of the earth and this is happening. Are we going to start making shit happen here? What are we here for? Are we going to try to figure it out? Because in my journey, which I've asked myself since I was a child, of who and what I am, what this place is, and what I'm doing here, the shape of the earth had nothing to do with it. All that these topics that we cover as so-called truthers or seeking truth are just verifying that they're lying to us about a specific topic or something that's happening. But that's all it really has done for me. For me. It's done a lot more, actually. I've met a lot of amazing people, and we've all connected. But when are we going to move forward and stop walking in circles? And so that's what I want to do here. And I made a sacrifice on this channel, because I could easily go other directions and do Beta Boys Part 3 expose. I could do that every day. I could expose these beta boys that are on YouTube and stuff, just here for attention. And they're so-called leaders and stuff like that are total parasites. I could do Beta Boys expose all day and get tons of attention. Mandela effect videos, I could go back to that too. I could do flat earth, like all these topics. Because I know what it's like. You start getting tons of views and attention, more and more people. People start sharing your stuff, these big Mandela effect channels or flat earth channels or stuff like that, right? And it is addicting. It's dopamine, right? I get it. I don't have any problem with anybody. I'm just saying, like, this is what I'm thinking about. This is just me, okay? So don't take it personal. I don't have a problem with nobody. I'm not calling out anyone in particular. But I really wonder about people now. Because I don't care if anybody is covering any topic and they see this information I'm about to present, to continue to loop, it's just sad. And so what are you really getting out of a specific topic? Reminding yourself that it's happening, or that they're lying about this. How many times do we have to remind ourselves? Are we going to move forward? Do you ever sit and turn everything off at night or whatever, any time of the day, and really sit with yourself and ask questions and dig for truth and dig deep, wanting truth, you know? I do. And that's what leads me on my journey of where to go to next here. And it doesn't lead me to any of those petty topics. It keeps me away from those and away from these parasitic people. And to see them for who and what they are. Regardless of how great they are or this or that, they're funny, entertaining. I don't care. So anyways. So we should be good here. We're going to get to this article right now. Thank you, everybody. I apologize again. We're going to get right back into it. So much important information. Stay tuned. Please like and share. Just share this information. You know what I mean? If anything. Sunkissed, Heather, Jinsy, Saji. Thanks for coming back. Divine Spark, Jake. Thank you, Jay Hyten. What's up, Watchman? Chronic Enlightenment. What's up? Welcome. Thank you, Heather. They want to flood us with parasites so we lose control of our thoughts and our actions. I'll turn the bomb down because we'll be dropping a lot. It affects our mind, body, and soul, people. Big time. Big time. This is the biggest agenda out there. And I'll reiterate again. They do not care if people, I'm telling you, these motherfuckers at the tippity top do not care if we all discovered, if everybody knew the Mandela effect was happening, or the earth is not a ball, spinning ball through space. They don't give, trust me, they don't care. This is the core of what they don't want you to know. And it's written in stone here. And this is just my opinion right now at this juncture where I'm at personally. That's how I feel. Someone else doesn't feel that way. That's okay. I respect that. That's where I'm at. If you take it personal, that's on you. But at some point, you know, we got to move forward. What's up, Snowfire and our homestead? Not many people want to hear about this because they don't want to admit that they are affected with these monsters. Thank you, Mary. It's mostly being used for division. Yep. Thank you. We'll be getting into the toxoplasmos. That's really frightening. What's up, Three Fingers and Jeeps? Interesting. Thank you. Looks like you know a lot about this. Cool. I'm sure there's a lot there's still tons of stuff I don't even know. But my plan is to become an expert in this. So I can teach others and sound like I know what I'm talking about. So I'm learning with you guys right now. So let's get started right where we left off. The hidden epidemic in North America. And we did talk about a lot before, but we're going to begin here and it's going to remind me so we can get all this information on the stream. So I didn't get none of this on record. Let's read this again. The information you're about to read in this article will shock you and perhaps sicken you. This is my opinion. The data that comes from this is data that comes from the WH to the O and health organizations here in the US. And the information herein will give you a chance to recover from whatever your chronic illness is or just feel better. Now, bear this in mind. This is about the hidden epidemic, parasites. And the information will give you a chance to recover from whatever your chronic illness is. Think about that. 85% that whoever's reading this is infected with parasites, especially within the US. And like I said on the last one, Many countries do parasite cleanses every month, every year. Like it's mandatory, not mandatory, but they definitely highly recommend it to the population. In America, when did the doctors never told me about parasites? I've had a lot of these symptoms I'm about to show you. Never once. More and more chemicals. Whether you are healthy or sick does not make a difference. In recent medical studies, it has been estimated that 85% of the North American population has at least one or more parasite living in their bodies. Some authorities feel like the number is as high as 95%. Experts claim that we have more parasitic infections than some third world countries and that Africa has less of a problem than we do. Look at that. You would think it would be the opposite, right? In Africa, we have all these tools and all these stuff we have here compared to Africa and stuff, right? And we're so great. We think we are. And we have more parasitic infections than them. Look at that. And most don't even believe that they do. It's estimated that 40% of the people have them. That's parasite and worms. That's 40%. That's several years ago. The medical profession has stated that only 5 to 10% has stated. So on the WH to the O and on our medical stuff, they're saying 85%. In our medical field in America, they say 5 to 10%. I was criticized on the radio shows in the newspapers for being alarmist and the headline seeker for this. Well, I'm not only ready to admit I was wrong. The correct figure is 85 to 95%. Man, we talked about a lot of important stuff on the last one. Okay, let's keep going. The word parasite comes from the Greek meaning one who eats off the table of another. Wow, it reminds me of a lot of people too. They live off food we consume, even our health supplements. And like I was saying, what are we seeing? Deficiencies. Especially if they take your blood, they test your iron, all these minerals, vitamins, things like that. And again, I'm not a medical professional. This is entertainment. These things are so smart that as you're consuming things, it takes your iron, your different vitamins, different things, and it saves them. It saves all of this stuff for when it needs to hibernate. Keep that in mind. They leave us with scraps. They often make us feel like we are not getting enough nutrition from our food or that something is missing. Now here's the symptoms again. I don't know if I was muted for this, but we're going to go over these. These are just some of them. And when we look at these symptoms, let's bear in mind that we've all had these or still have a lot of these. And think about all the people that's at the doctors right now or has been, all the millions and hundreds of millions of people. And probably based on hundreds of millions, probably billions of times has, or whatever, hundreds of millions of times. So if you're hundreds of millions of people, yeah, that makes sense. That are going into the doctor with these symptoms, and most likely it's a parasite. And what are they treating them with? And pay attention to these symptoms. Inability to gain or lose weight, chronic candida, yeast infections, and like I said, we'll be getting into candida. And a lot of times this turns into a parasite and is considered a parasite in some aspects. A lot of things are. Again, it's a classification issue a lot of the times in the medical field now. Because if we'd have went to, what is it, 2024? 130 years ago, with all these things, plus about 100 more symptoms or serious chronic illness and disease and viruses, they would have considered it pretty much all a parasite. And what happened, people? Let's pull that up. I got a quick video for you. Let's see how the YouTube's working. Let me test out the video. It's only like a minute long. Okay. We zoom in here. I'll come right back to this, to these symptoms. Pay attention. Let me cue this up. The sound was off. My bad. We've all seen this, I think, but let's reiterate this. Pay attention.
Seized U.S. media. He also hijacked U.S. medicine. When it was discovered that drugs could be produced from petroleum, America's top oil mogul ordered his army of propagandists to invert reality accordingly. Medicines used for thousands of years were suddenly classified as alternative.
What the fuck is going on here? Medical cures to heal yourself, natural things, are considered alternative now. Interesting.
While the new, petroleum-based, highly addictive, and patentable drugs were declared the gold standard. After buying the German pharmaceutical company that manufactured chemicals of war for Adolf Hitler, Rockefeller leveraged his political influence by pressing Congress to declare natural healing modalities unscientific quackery. Rockefeller then took control of the American Medical Association and began offering massive grants to top medical schools under the mandate that only his approved curriculum of the healing powers of herbs, plants, and diet was erased from most medical textbooks. Doctors and professors who objected to Rockefeller's plan were crucified by the media, removed from the AMA, and stripped of their license to teach and practice medicine. When evidence began to emerge that petroleum-based medicines were causing cancer, Mr. Rockefeller founded the American Cancer Society, through which he suppressed that information. And the reason that medical error is currently the third leading...
See that throttling me? See that, people? It's pretty much almost over anyway. It was only 2 minutes or something like that. See how that throttling my internet? I just restarted my computer. People, my internet shouldn't be like this. So weird. And so, where are we at? Let's pull up the description box of this video we're on the main channel. Okay, we still have both those links there for the Master Cleanse and then Dr. JINS. And as I'm going to be putting the articles as well into the description box so anybody can do their own research or refer to anything that we're showing. And I'm going to be saving it right away. So you can go into the description box now and see what we're looking at. So they're going to be throttling the videos big time. Let's stick to the articles. Symptoms of parasites: inability to gain weight or lose weight, chronic candida, yeast infections. And you have to wonder, people, well, I'm not going to say it. Chronic sinus, ear infections, urinary tract infections, itchy ears, anal itching, especially at night, digestive problems, gas and bloating, diarrhea, muscly stools, hemorrhoids, constipation, irritable bowel syndrome. And like I was saying on the last one, I've known a lot of people with this. And a lot of people have it, but they're so embarrassed they don't want to go to the doctor and tell them that they have digestive issues going on. A lot of people do. And I know that I have them myself sometimes, so I understand. And I guarantee most people do, but they'll never admit it. And you go to the doctor, you go to inside whatever store you shop at, you go to the digestive issue like supplements or whatever they are, you know. That only make it worse, people, by the way. These things only make it worse. These laxatives makes it way worse, or these different things. They have heavy metals in them and stuff. It just creates, these heavy metals are detrimental. That's what begins the process of the parasites. These heavy metals stay inside of you, and it kills the good bacteria, and it creates an environment for these things to thrive on many levels. And so until you deal with that, you're not going to be able to deal with these things, by the way, the heavy metals. And there are many ways to do this. Grinding teeth, heart pain, numb pains, pain in the navel, pain in the back, thighs, shoulders, arthritis pain, burning in the stomach, bedwetting, drooling while sleeping, any menstrual problem, eating more and still being hungry, all skin problems, forgetfulness, depression, chronic fatigue, chronic viral syndromes, prostate problems, and sexual dysfunction in men. Water retention is mostly from tapeworms, crawling feeling under the skin, floaters, liver, gallbladder trouble. And the list goes on, by the way. All symptoms that people are being seen by a doctor right now, and they're getting things that aren't even helping, in my humble opinion. Look at that. If 85-90% of the population, healthy or sick, has parasites, any illness can be suspected as having its cause parasites. In the book Animal Parasitic to Man, they stated, there is no part of the human body, nor indeed any part of the human bodies of the host of parasitic animals in general, which is not visited by some kind of parasitic animal at some time or another during their life histories. When you get into these micro parasites, people, that's where it gets really freaky. And they travel your bloodstream and stuff. And then set up shop in a specific area and then can be there for decades. Decades, and you don't even see anything. And it can be misdiagnosed as a tumor, cancer, a virus, a this, a that, even to the point where you're getting surgery. And then they realize it was a parasite, or they're just not going to say what it really was because they're trained to, you know. So there's two types of parasites, and we're going to be getting into those too, so we're going to keep skipping ahead. Parasite testing is 1% accurate. 1%. Look at that. You may be asking yourself, how could a parasite be living in my body? Well, the purpose of a parasite is not to make itself known. That's how smart they are. Again, this is a hive mind system, parasitic system operating on a microscopic level all the way to the real rulers of this world. This is one system, in my opinion, that has hijacked this world in so many ways. And so tapeworms are among the oldest parasite in the human race. Indeed, some species have become so well adapted to live in the human intestine that the host may be entirely symptom-free. So they're so smart, they cannot give you a symptom. And to make itself not known. So like I said before, there are different cleanses, not medical advice. It's on YouTube. People doing them live on YouTube with tens of thousands of subscribers, so I know I could talk about it. They're cleanses that they used to do 100 years ago, and now they declare it poison. Anything can kill you. You know what I mean? If you take a certain amount of this, it will kill you. If I drink a certain amount of water, it can kill me. Or if I do this, anything I do, anything you do can kill you. And an excess way, if you go way overboard. Even with, of course, obviously, if I drink too much water, I can drown myself. So obviously, if I take some type of, whatever it is, thing for some type of cleanse, it can kill me if I do too much. Where were we at here? Okay, we're here. It is now being considered that perhaps 50% of all cancer, diabetes, asthma, arthritis, and heart disease comes from parasites. It's being considered. Just like they consider 5 to 10% have parasites, but the real paper says 95%. 50%, people, of all cancer, diabetes, asthma, arthritis, and heart disease comes from parasites. I think the number is much higher. Okay? That we as a country in the United States could be infested with disease-causing parasites and not know it makes no sense. However, let's examine some facts. It has been determined that the large hospital lab is able to catch 20%. Now, this is where I was muted. Pay attention to this, people. The average hospital or lab is only able to catch 20% of the actual cases. Over 1,000 species of parasites can live in the body, and there are tests available only for 40 to 50 types of the 1,000. This means that your doctor, should he decide to test you, can only hope to find 5% of the parasites that can be tested at an accuracy of 20%. We are automatically missing 80%, and we only have a 20% chance of finding the remaining 5% that we can be tested for. This ends up with a 1% accuracy in the United States, land of the free, where most of these illnesses are caused by parasites. They say themselves, and many real doctors do. 1% accuracy. Do you think this is an agenda or what? I recently sent 5 patients to 3 different labs in New York City for a parasite testing, all within the same 1-week period. So 5 patients to 3 different labs for parasite testing. They all went directly to the labs and gave fresh samples. All 3 results of all 5 patients came back completely different. None of the labs were able to find the same parasites. Diagnostic testings. We know a lot about that these days, don't we? What's going on here, people? This is so criminal, it's not even funny. You know what I mean? This is so... How do they get away with this, people? You know how they get away with it? I'll fucking tell you. Because we're too busy worrying about the shape of the earth and fucking looping on pointless topics. People, that's why I'm telling you. If we focus on something like this, and I know we won't. I know we're just going to loop and want to be entertainers and become celebrities on YouTube. Oh, look at me. I'm so great. Give me that dopamine. Right? If we focus on raising awareness on the parasites, all of us, people, it would have a fucking gigantic effect. Way more than these other topics. Think about it. I'm literally looking at a lot of people sideways these days. And yeah, your family's probably real proud of you too. You know what I mean? While they're suffering and then be getting all these different diseases because what's going on with the medical industry, not letting them know what's really going on. And we're busy talking about pointless topics. Yeah, that's really cool. Make your family proud. Good job, and your kids. Good job. Way to go. Such a truther. In a separate incident, I had 3 okay, so we saw that. The Merck manual, which is studied by all of our physicians, suggests that human specimens should be collected 3 days in a row, 1 every day. Yet the Merck manual states up to 10 samples may be needed. It further states that when looking for parasite eggs in the stool to confirm diagnosis, the counts may be negative or deceptively low in the presence of a large number of immature worms, even when many adult parasites are present. This confirms that parasite testing is very inaccurate. This is why we can have such an epidemic, and it is going unnoticed. There you go, people. This is a big program at the top. This is a huge program. People. And the realest ones are the ones exposing this. Okay? So anybody that is talking about this, big props to them. The rest of you is... Parasites eat and eliminate waste every day. They do not only eat our food, but many of them eat human... Pay attention, people. Let me fix my camera 1 second. Why is it so green? Oh, that's what. There we go. What's going on with this thing? There we go. Now my camera's back. Let me see. That's better. I think. Okay, my bad. That's much better. Okay, stay focused, Ian. Stay focused. Pay attention, people. Okay? If I just help one person with this or make just any amount of people aware of this and it helps people, like, it's so worth it to me. And again, like, I'm studying so hard on this so I become an expert where I can sound like I know, not just sound, but know what I'm talking about. And definitely, hopefully in the future, I can go on people's shows and their communities, not for attention or subscribers, just to make people aware, you know, and I could be super on point with it. So this is helping me do that. They do not only eat our food, but many of them eat human tissues. They also can eat the protein coating on your nerves. Endolimax nana is a parasite that has been found to eat calcium off our bones, causing forms of arthritis. So this parasite here causes arthritis. Think about all the fucking people in our lives that, you know how many people I knew, man, that fucking suffered from rheumatoid arthritis and seeing them suffer? It was so horrible to watch. It was so horrible. And a lot of them, the entire time, it was fucking parasites. Some of them could have done a $10 cleanse, $5 cleanse. And maybe it would have helped. So here's that one. Again, they all look different. And then now there's like thousands of new species and they're making new ones. It's like Frankenstein. As it's in your body, and then we transmit them to each other, right? But as it's in X person's body, different chemicals and concoctions that they're consuming and medicines and different things. You know, this stuff creates like Frankenstein species. You know that they're going to have to redefine what a human is. All this stuff and heavy metals they've been giving us, all this stuff. And they've been changing the avatars, these human bodies so much that they're going to have to redefine what a human is. What do you think's been going on with these parasites? So, where's this one? Look at that. Doesn't look, what does that look like to you? And a lot of times they get mistaken. I'm going to show you a thing in a minute after we get through this article. Let's finish this. I don't want to say it before we show it. Causing arthritis. It can get into your liver, the lungs, and the brain. And bear this in mind. And I'm not trying to put fear in nobody, but this is how serious it is. This is how you need to raise your awareness of this. This is how this game works. They could be, let's say me. I could have some of these in my brain right now. I could have had them for 10 years. In my brain, setting up shop, slowly deterring things away. You know, a lot of us, I've been having cognitive issues sometimes recently too. Like quick memory loss, things like why did I walk in here? You know what I mean? Or things like that. And so I deal with that. And even while I'm streaming, like, wait a minute, I lost my, you know, we all do that. And it's not going to actually start really hitting me. Maybe for 20 years, maybe for 30 years, maybe in 6 months, maybe a year, maybe tomorrow. Every person is different. Maybe it'll never affect me like that. You know, towards detrimental, because I'll die from something else. From this cancer or that disease or this or that. You know what I mean? Roundworm, also as this name, can get into your lungs and may cause asthma. In many cases of chronic anemia, can be a form of a parasite called hookworm. also known as Nectar Americus, meaning American murder. And so when we're dealing with this thing here, it's like I'm in a movie or something. Is this real? I mean, what? I must be dreaming, people. This can't be like, this can't be real. And so like I was showing while I was muted, here's this one. This thing looks like a monster. Oh boy, do they not want you to wake up to these, man. Oh boy, would that be an awakening like you can never imagine? Oh man. Dude, they would be shitting bricks, I tell you what. If you woke up to these things. This parasite attaches itself to the lining of the intestines or intestines and bites into your blood vessels. It is capable of drinking an enormous amount of blood every day. And then it goes to the bathroom within you and causes, things and goes to your bloodstream. And this causes all types of stuff with cognitive and headaches. I mean, you name it. A lot of times when you get like a headache or something like that, a lot of times when one dies, it'll send out a signal throughout your body to make you get like crazy symptoms. And then if it doesn't get expelled, it will deteriorate and then maybe turn into something else like, other things that, what I'm saying. A lot of things that a lot of people have. And so when they do a diagnostic test, says that you have cancer, you have this or that. It wasn't that originally. Hemoglobin levels as low as 15% of normal have been found in people with chronic hookworm disease. So when they're looking at these levels and testing people, I'm also going to be doing open research. Check what the fuck, people. Look at this. I wasn't totally aware of exactly what that is. I had to Google it. So the hemoglobin levels, I've definitely heard of that, a lot of that in my life. Your cells are not getting enough oxygen from your blood. High blood pressure, you name it. All these symptoms. Look what they give us. Experts now feel that even seizures, pay close attention because this is when I was muted. And this is just experts. I'm not saying that this is 1,000% fact. Please do your own research. Don't take my word for it. I'm not a medical professional. I'm just a researcher and just a normal person trying to figure out what the fuck's going on here. You know? So, entertainment. They feel that even seizures may be caused by parasites or even worms that get into our brains, people. Think of all the kids and stuff that I've seen it in my own fucking life too. Oh man, this is pissing me off. Oh man. People, I'm telling you, this is the subject that we need, in my opinion. This is the subject that we need to talk about because this is the type of thing that if someone was presented the truth, even if they're like not into any conspiracy or nothing, we've all known people or even have children that's had seizures and stuff. I'm not saying it's caused by that. I'm just saying that this type of truth would really wake people up. Even if the government admitted like the earth is not a ball, we've been lying to you the whole time. That would be an awakening. People would be whatever. But how many times does things come out, people, that it's like truth comes out about something, something's declassified, and we're like, I told you this was a staged event. I told you this was a false flag. I told you this or that. No effect, people. People didn't care. This, I'm telling you, would have a huge effect on people. Seizures may be the cause of parasites or worms that can get into our brains. Take a break from this. What's up, Millie Chips and Valley Parks? Chronic enlightenment. Monsters inside us. And what I was saying on the last stream, if anybody knew that's joining, and I'm not trying to be disgusting, and this would be an embarrassing thing for me, but I know how important this is. Because I care this much. Turn the brightness down a little bit. So, in the description box is the Master Cleanse. And I talked about this in the beginning of the stream, but let me touch on it again for this stream, because I want to make sure I get this information in here. It's going to take 1 minute. I'm going to make it really quick. Here's one. You know, you don't have to do crazy diagnostic testing and all this crazy stuff. The link to this video is in the description. So a year and a half ago, I did the Master Cleanse, and I watched this video. It's one recipe. It's exact. It's like a teaspoon of cayenne pepper, a tablespoon of gravy maple syrup, a half a lemon, like 12 ounces of water, and what else was it? I think that was it. Just like 4 ingredients. And all the ingredients, I didn't mention this, are the exact amount of nutrients and all the stuff that you need, or the things that you do throughout the day. It's everything that you need. You know what I mean? So it's not like a fast, your normal fast. You're still getting, actually, you're rejuvenating your nutrients to where it's supposed to be and balancing them back out in your mineral level, right? So if you look up Thrive Viking, I'm going to tell you what happened to me. If you search Thrive Viking on YouTube and you put Master Cleanse, like right here, Thrive Viking Master Cleanse, you're going to see he talks about day 1 through 4, what it's going to be like. Here's the main recipe. And then he talks about step by step. There's a few tutorial videos in the end. He talks about, oh, days 5 through 9. I did 9 days. But what I'm trying to say is, this is what happens, people. There's so much in our bodies. We take showers all the time, every day. We clean our outside. We put lotion on, all this stuff on, right? And we think we're so clean. Well, everyone that's laughing or denies this, they're full of fecal matter and pounds of trash inside their bodies that's just sitting there. Okay? Because they don't care. They're not even worried about it. So anyone that hasn't done one of these cleanses, you're loaded with that, whether you know it or not. Okay? And so I did this for 9 days. And it wasn't easy. It was kind of intense. But I did it. And on the 3rd day, I'm telling you, I'm not trying to be gross, but stuff was coming out of me that I didn't know what the fuck was going on. It was freaky. For 6 days. And I could have kept going. But I'm just saying, if I didn't do that cleanse, all of that would have been inside my body, just sitting there to this day. For years, my entire life. All that's building up, people. And just like we see rotten stuff, think about the rotten things that we see, or food, or stuff that we see out, and it just sits out. What does it turn into? Mold, disgusting stuff, and all this stuff, and different bugs. Oh my God. So we have an example of that in real life. What do you think is going on inside your body, people? What's up, Rory? I dealt with bird mites for 2 years. Wasn't a nightmare. So many things. And what people are going to say, people say, sorry, but dumb stuff. They say, oh, we need parasites. No, we fucking don't, people. We don't need parasites. We need good bacteria to regulate our body on the inside. But we don't need parasites. That's a fucking lie. I'm sorry, but if that's what you meant in there in the chat, that the fecal matter is good for us to protect us, that is stupidity, dude. And I love you guys, but I gotta call that out. That we need disgusting fecal matter inside of our bodies is the most disgusting thing I've ever heard. That's pretty bad, dude. I don't know if that's what you meant, but people that are thinking that, that's absolutely disgusting. Oh my God. Let's get back to this article. So a link to that's below. So again, experts believe seizures may be by parasites or even worms that can get into our brains. In a recent book, The Cure for All Diseases, Dr. Holga Clark speculates that diabetes can be caused by a worm called fluke, which can get into the pancreas and cause it to malfunction. Many researchers, including myself, have seen this to be true. Wait, what was it again? A worm called fluke, which can get into the pancreas and cause it to malfunction. Recently, the TV show 60 Minutes highlighted a story of many children who had bloated bellies and had died of unknown causes. It was found upon autopsy that these children had died of dog heart tapeworms. Tapeworms that these children had picked up from dogs and had infected their bodies. Where the fuck am I? I do not belong here, people. It is not being considered that heart disease and heart attacks may be higher in dog owners, as these owners have had their hearts infected by these worms. This condition has been confirmed by autopsy. Interesting. That's a tough one. Oh, the animal thing. Another type of roundworm is called whipworms. They inject a digestive fluid into our colon, which turns the tissue of our colons into a liquid, which the worm then sucks up. Pinworms have recently been found in the uterus, vulva, and the fallopian tubes in some of my female patients. This is because when the worm travels to lay its eggs, it can get lost on its way back to the colon. In other words, it travels out of the colon, out of the anus, into the vaginal area and gets lost on its way back. It's no wonder women get rid of their vaginal effects. Worms can be crawling out of the anus carrying bacteria, candida, right into the reproductive areas. Jesus Christ. Whoa. Dr. Norman Stoll, a former worm expert at the Rockefeller Institute for Medical Research, estimated that in 1940 that over 644 million people were infected with roundworms. We now believe that figure has at least doubled. Oh, they care so much. What was the population in 1944? It was 3 billion in 1959. So you could do the numbers on that. So it's probably more like 2 billion. So that would be 30%. That's just an estimate from the Rockefellers, people. And there's a whole story on this with the Rockefellers and these parasites and what they did going country to country, doing tests on different villages, different types of natural and unnatural medicines, and testing them to see how it affected them. And then what they do, people, I just showed you the video before this. Then they took over the whole medical industry. We're going to come back to this. Let's go to a video. Let me see how my YouTube's working, because we have a lot of videos here. Okay, yeah, let's go to this one. Oh yeah, here we go. Women relieved after. A lot of people have probably seen this story, but let's watch this. It's only 2 minutes. I just want to see how my YouTube's working.
A medical mystery solved. A woman started acting.
This is from 4 years ago. Think about all the cases we don't know about. A woman relieved after a brain tumor turns out to be parasite. And now while you're watching this, bear in mind to open up somebody's brain or their skull to go to their brain to do surgery for a tumor, they have to go through tons of different doctors, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seven opinions, big time surgical doctors that do this for a living, tons of diagnostic tests to confirm it's a tumor. So they got to the point where they opened her up. Okay? Just bear that in mind. Think about that. Let's watch this. It's only 2 minutes.
Strangely, and initially surgeons thought that she had a brain tumor.
But when they opened her up, a surprising find. Eyewitness News reporter Joe Torres spoke to her about the bizarre diagnosis.
The good news is I don't have cancer.
That's also surprising news because doctors at Mount Sinai Hospital thought just the opposite until last September, when neurosurgeons opened up Rachel Palma's skull. They fully expected to find a marble-sized malignant brain tumor. Instead, they found a parasite.
We were like overjoyed. We were like cheering and clapping. We were so happy in the OR. When we got in there and we saw that it was actually a tapeworm, we were like, yes, we were so happy.
It was January of last year when strange things started happening to the 42-year-old from Middletown. She'd suddenly drop her coffee mug. She couldn't remember words. She tried calling deceased relatives. After countless doctor visits and numerous brain scans, specialists at Mount Sinai found the problem and developed a plan of attack.
And so bear this in mind. When you do, if you do these cleanses or stuff like that, and all this stuff comes out of you, and people are laughing about it or whatever, they're the ones that we should be laughing at them because they're the ones loaded with disgusting stuff inside their bodies. Okay? Just remember that. Like, we should be laughing at them. Like, you're the one full of fecal matter, disgusting stuff that you think's not a big deal. You're loaded with parasites, and you think this was funny? So we're all going to have a lot of, I guess, embarrassing stories of dealing with this. But don't be embarrassed. Be proud. They should be embarrassed. Because they're loaded with parasites, worms, and fecal matter. So when this stuff does come out, you say it loud and proud. Don't hold back. Tell everybody about it. Take pictures, whatever. Show everybody. You know what I mean? I'm serious. Let's get back to this.
3-hour surgery.
This is the lesion, right? And you can see how it enhances this very bright white here, and inside of it is dark. Yep. And you see the same thing here.
The big mystery to this story, how the parasite got there. The patient never traveled outside the United States. She doesn't recall eating uncooked meat. Frankly, she's given up trying to find an answer.
I stopped.
Now check this out, people. Pay close attention. How many people, I said this on the last one that we had to end and start again. How many people are getting these scans and they're seeing this, being diagnosed with cancer, and goes through chemotherapy, radiation, you name it, for cancer? We've all seen it, especially with our loved ones in our life, people. And how many times is it an actual, just a parasite? Not just, but a parasite, actually. And it looks exactly like cancer. Interesting. Great job, medical field.
Trying to find an answer.
I stopped asking questions and started celebrating and making the most out of life, because in an instant.
Well, you're wondering how it, we don't know. She's trying to figure out how it got in her brain. Well, they travel your bloodstream. I mean, ends up there. I could tell you how with this article I just read to you. Now you should know how. People are wondering how. Oh, I would be up there talking shit. They wouldn't even do a report on me because I'd be like, these motherfuckers and the Rockefellers, all this medical field, only 1% effective on their test. And it's the biggest secret with what's going on with our bodies in the world. That's what's going on.
It can be taken away.
Doctors say had they known it was a tapeworm and not a tumor causing all the problems, perhaps a heavy dose of antibiotics would have served as a remedy, but that doesn't faze Rachel Palma.
And the stories of women with breast cancer as well. There's other stories where she had breast cancer and she had both of her breasts removed. Same fucking situation. Okay. Okay. I've recently discovered that the waste that parasites release destroy friendly bacteria, allowing candida to grow. I know that parasites are the major reason for candida. There you go. And the major reason why candida either comes back or never goes away, not antibiotics. Why? We are being exposed to parasites every day, all day. How often are we exposed to antibiotics? This doesn't mean that antibiotics have no involvement in chronic candida. They surely do exactly what we always suspected. However, parasite exposure is daily. In 1979, there was a lot going on in the 70s, people, with different doctors putting these viruses and different things underneath a microscope. Okay? And classifying them as all parasites. And they came in and put their study to the side. Said, nope, this is tumor, this is a virus, this is cancer, this is that, this is this, this is that. Here's all these dozens and dozens of diagnoses. We're going to make it. No, it's all one thing now. You know what I mean? No, it's all one thing that's going on. No, we're going to make it dozens and dozens of things. Whoa. In 1979, a British study, a lot going on in the 70s about this, reported on 600 prisoners from World War II. These men had been stationed in the Far East. 30 years after the war, 15% were still infected with the parasite called strongyloides that they had contracted during the war. Think about that. 600 former prison members, 15% after 30 years were still infected with this parasite they had contracted during the war. This means that you could have eaten meat 10 years ago and still be hosting tapeworms and other parasites that were in the meat. Okay. Sorry, I'm going to stop with the bombs. Okay. We're going to get serious, people. We are just scratching the surface right now. We aren't even barely deep right now. So that parasite is another species of one of these. And it looks a lot like candida too, like an overgrowth of candida for sure. What? Okay. Wow, look at that. Look at that. Look at the dude's back. Oh man, that's horrible. Horrible. How do we get parasites? Well, 85-90% of North Americans have parasites. They must not be very hard to get. The preliminary way is from our food and water. Over 50% of our food and water is infected. And organic food, because it's grown with animal manure, may be worse than commercial food. I've been learning about that, people. That in a lot of cases, the organic food is more dangerous than the regular vegetables in a lot of cases because of the pesticides and this whole thing like they're talking about. I forgot exactly what it was, but it was like these certain vegetables like that are bought the most. It's actually worse when you're dealing with the organic stuff. In her book, The Cure for HIV, and we're not gonna. So she had the eggs of look at the eggs of parasites are microscopic and are the real danger. They can be passed sexually through shaking hands, walking barefoot, eating or drinking from someone else's glass, bottle, can, fork, swimming in polluted lakes, rivers, or streams, even by going to the beach. That's a lot. According to this doctor, the two most common solvents is benzene and propyl alcohol. These solvents cause the microscopic eggs from parasites to hatch quickly in our bodies. Many years ago, before we were exposed to these chemicals, the parasite eggs would pass through our bodies, leaving us safe. I'm going to do more research on that, guys. Recent surveys have found that livestock inspectors might be missing as many as half of the parasite-infected animals that go to the slaughter. Of course. Eggs are readily transported through the air, and not uncommon to find them in every room in the house. Complications are much common in women than men. And the eggs of the parasites, like if I did a cleanse, let's say I did just name any cleanse. And you got to be careful because on Amazon and stuff, you have your different colon cleanses, stuff like that. And you have this little brew, you drink it, one and done. A lot of those come from China, or they're outsourcing their materials from China and other countries, which they load up with different heavy metals, which is how this problem started in the first place, by the way. Okay? So these eggs can hide themselves and go and survive extreme conditions. While, like, I do the cleanse, I get rid of all the head honchos, all of them, and there's just a few eggs left. You know, there's just the eggs left. Well, it's a hive mind system. It already sent the signals out to hibernate. It already sent the signals out that we're under attack. I'm out of here, but we're all the same consciousness. People, oh my God. So it doesn't matter. They don't care as long as they can keep going. And then when the coast is clear, they know when the coast is clear, they come back. So they trick you, but there's ways you can trick them. We're going to be getting into it. We get parasites from our pets. Anyone who is sick or has health problems should try to remember to get started when they got their pets. You may find them around the same time. Every time you... So we could get them from our pets and stuff like that. I know that's a difficult one for people, but a lot of the times with a lot of stuff, we're not going to be able to get rid of all of it, but at least we can maintain ourselves to where it's at a minimum. If we're doing cleanses every once in a while, we're doing this and that, we're trying to take care of ourselves to at least keep it down to a minimum. You know what I mean? There's not one in me and not one bit of candida. Almost everyone has a little bit of candida in them, 1000%. Almost no one's going to be able to get it down to nothing. But at least you can prevent from getting worse and serious symptoms. So on the pet thing, I don't even want to talk about that one. Because I know what, Make sure that you wash your hands several times a day. Cook your meat until there's no visible pink, getting dry. I'm sorry, but that's the way it is. Do not leave food out overnight. The longer food sits out, the quicker the incubation period for parasites can begin. Always, exactly. How many times, people, do you leave red meat out or in the, you know what I mean? And it turns all these maggots and stuff in it, people. What do you think all that fecal matter in your body's doing? The longer food sits out, blah, blah, raw fruits and vegetables can be bigger source of parasites than meat. Look at that. Raw fruits and vegetables. This is scary stuff. But again, people, this isn't about fear-mongering. We're not going to be perfect. Everyone's going to have a different thing to do. We're all going to approach this differently. And whatever is best for somebody is not as best for you. If we followed all these directions, We're not going to be able to do that, but we could do the best we can and at least make other people aware, you know? Because while we're actually pretty healthy and we might have a problem, we can at least maintain it, and then the people around us too. Because it looks like the medical field's not doing it for us or helping us out, you know? Do not allow yourself to remain constipated. If your bowels do not move for the 2 times a day, nor constipation, go to your doctor. Yeah, the longer, look at this, just like I was saying, the longer your feces stays in your digestive tract, the greater chance you have for parasites to grow. Look at that, people. Why aren't any doctors telling us about this? All the people, and most people with like some of my concepts, I've had it too. We all deal with this stuff. Let's not be embarrassed anymore. Let's just come out with it. What are they doing for that? You know what I mean? And but my point is, think of all the people that's dealing with that, but they're too embarrassed. There's a lot of people, and I totally understand. The lost practice of deworming. Prior to the 1930s, it's very common that people would take castor oil, mineral oil, or some type of herbal mixture to clear themselves of parasites. Each ethnic had their own way of doing this. This was done every 6 months, once a year, with the change of season. So we have castor oil. Hold on. And for me personally, castor oil is something they did back in the days too. I love castor oil. It's something you could take like a tablespoon with some water. It doesn't taste very well, but that's something that it's like, for me, when I discovered castor oil, like I don't buy conditioner, lotion. I mean, there's so many products I don't buy. I used to use castor oil, people. I fucking love it for my hair, all that stuff. I use any of those products, conditioner, hair stuff, none of it. I use castor oil for all of it, people. I've saved a lot of money. I buy a $20 bottle, it lasts me for 4 months. Or it's even like 15 bucks. That's something I do. And a lot of these things, we're actually going to be saving a lot of money, people. Because when you start dealing with these problems down the road, it's going to cost you so much money, time, and energy, and just your life, your overall life to live, that it might be worth it to spend 20 bucks right now on this, and 5 bucks on this, and 15 bucks on this, and get the process going. Why the fuck not? And this way, people kept themselves clear of parasites. And I've heard a lot of stories of family back in the days. They would make the children have some, and this could be dangerous, just like water can. Okay, so seek your medical professional if you want to know what to do about that, or do your own research. Say castor oil cleanse or mineral oil cleanse or this cleanse, and start doing research and look at different people talking about it and figure out what's best for you. Or don't do it at all. Just have fecal matter and parasites in your body. Medical doctors in the 1800s would commonly supervise the deworming of their patients every 6 months or once a year. Could this be where the traditional 6-month annual checkup came from? So in the 1800s, the 6-month checkup was about parasites, people. Now what is it? See what's going on here? In Europe, the medical community still recommends that you deworm yourself, your animals, pets every 6 months. However, in North America, we have lost this basic part of our personal hygiene because we have been fooled in our inadequate parasite testing and our modern technology. We couldn't believe it could happen in the US to us. It's only in third world countries. Well, surprise, whether healthy or sick, you have an 85 to 95% chance of having parasites. What's up, Luz? What's up, Morgan? What's up, Glyph? Thanks everyone for tuning in. We started the stream because I was muted for 20 minutes at the end of the last stream. So we're kind of redoing it and starting it with this article. We've been here an hour and 18 minutes. The castor oil is a great thing, people. I'm telling you guys, it's so great. I don't even buy, I used to like buy expensive lotions and stuff because I didn't like dry skin. I like, you know, not like a dry face and stuff. Now I just, when I get out of the shower, I get castor, no joke. I put castor oil on my hands. I put it on my arms, on my face even, and on my hair, and I'm good. That's it, people. $15 like every four, I would be spending way more money than that. So that's a way you can do it and save money. And then maybe once a month, I'll do a tablespoon of it with a bunch of water in the morning or something, or at night. You know what I mean? These are the type of small things that we can do. Maybe just something small like that. Begin there. We got to begin somewhere. So let's get to, my grandma did it all the time with us. That's so awesome. What's up, Vivian? It's good to see you again. Why aren't doctors taught this stuff? It's so unfortunate. But we were showing videos on the last one. We're gonna get to the videos in a minute. Let's continue. Big shout out to everyone in the chat. I'm gonna try to stay in the zone. We'll be here for at least 4 more hours, I imagine. 5 more hours. People. And then my plan is in about 3 hours, maybe I'm gonna switch to Rumble. Because there's an uncensored video I want everyone to see. But we might just do it on a part 2 and kind of go uncensored for that one. So we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. So people, like, really think about this. In Europe, the medical community still recommends that you deworm yourself, your animals, and pets every 6 months. And they do recommend it for our pets, like our vets and stuff, right? But why aren't our doctors telling us this? What is going on here, people? However, in North America, we have... Okay, so we read that. Surprise. Healthy or sick. Surprise, everybody, all you deniers out there. Healthy or sick, there's a 95% chance or more, I believe, that you have them. I would say it's like more like a 99.998% in my humble opinion. If you are healthy, your body is handling the damage and poisons produced by these parasites, and they are not producing disease in your body. So this is important. If you are healthy, your body is handling the damage and poisons produced by these parasites, the waste that they're wasting because they're eating your food and different nutrients, stuff like that. Well, there's waste that come out of them, and that goes throughout your body and your bloodstream, and it causes different things. Or maybe it's not, because you're rather healthy in certain ways, so you're not feeling this because your body's fighting it off. You still have that good bacteria. You still have things working properly and balanced in a way where they're there, but they're still fighting things off. You know what I mean? And they're not producing disease in your body. However, they may begin to produce disease at any time, depending on your lifestyle, diet, and level of stress. Parasite elimination. So we're almost done with this. On a program that, people, this isn't even scratching the surface. Oh my God. On a program that works and is effective, it takes at least 3 months is to eliminate the majority of parasites. We have reports on patients still eliminating parasites in their stools after 5 months of the parasite program. I am now recommending that all my former patients, current patients, and everyone in this country be on a parasite maintenance program. I've designed many parasite elimination programs. Many have been effective, however, they have been very hard for people to do. The amounts of products is required as frequently doses made it difficult for people to do. Also, I found that people would get reinfected easily. A few months ago, I learned that a company was distributing a 600-year-old Eastern recipe containing 11 herbs. I put myself, family, and friends on these products and have been amazed by the results. While I felt fine considering myself quite healthy, I was amazed about how much better I felt after weeks on these products. These products are safe and can be used every day for the rest of the ones live to stay free of parasites. They need to be taken once a day and only a few capsules are needed. I heard this is the most effective of simple parasite cleanses I've used over 1,000 products that were supposed to eliminate parasites. I wonder what that is that she's talking about. 600-year-old Eastern recipe containing 11 herbs. Let's do a search on this. Oh, that same article came up, huh? Let's go back here. Regular deworming is nothing new. People have been doing it for thousands of years. Ask your parents or grandparents. They will undoubtedly be able to tell you about it. I believe the single most undiagnosed health challenge in the history of the human race is parasites. You must educate yourself, your family, your friends on this matter as they may be suffering needlessly, and help is right on your health food store shelf. And I haven't done it, but again, I've seen people on YouTube talking about this. And I'm not recommending anybody does this at all. But I'm going to do this soon. Oh, wow, it's not popping up, huh? So bear with me, guys. We're also doing open research here today. Well, let's check this out, people. Let's check this video out. I haven't even seen this. So she has, see what I'm saying? She has 223,000 subscribers. This has 607K views, which is good. So that means we could talk about this stuff. Let's see what she did. I haven't watched this. How I cured my allergies naturally. I had worms and parasites. So let's bounce from, I think it's good to have balance where we bounce from like an article like that, and then we get into some remedies and stuff. Because there's tons of them. There's endless remedies, just like there's endless parasites. So we can figure out ourselves what's best for us or not. Not medical advice whatsoever. So let's see what she says here. And much love, everyone. I'll be getting to the comments after this video, too. And anything that they say about a product, I'm going to be writing it in this Excel spreadsheet next to me on the other computer. And then at some point, I'm going to share my screen before the stream's over. And I'll even put it in the community page, a copy of it. And so anyone can screenshot everything that I'm putting over there. Okay. And there are other things. There are other things I know we can't talk about on YouTube. So let's watch this.
I've seen so many people complaining about their allergy symptoms and saying it's allergy season. And it clicked to me that I have not had any allergy symptoms. And I just woke up this morning and I was like, I gotta share this with my channel. I have to. Welcome back to the channel. I'm coming to you guys with a crucial video for the season. It is currently allergy season. And I suffered from really bad allergies from the time I never had allergies as a kid. But when I went away to college, from Brooklyn to Atlanta, I went to Clark Atlanta University, I started getting horrendous hay fever allergies. And for the past few years, they've gotten extremely bad. Now, I've been personally on a journey that I haven't shared with you guys because I wanted to make sure that I had fully completed it first before sharing it, and as well as it is a little bit of TMI. And just so you guys know, this is not a sponsored video at all. The pills I'm about to show you, the supplement I'm about to show you, I purchased with my own money, and I have been purchasing this supplement for the past, I'd say, 4 years. Now, just a reminder, if you're going to start any type of supplements or anything like that, I would say to consult your physician. But this is a YouTube tutorial, and I'm giving you straight up, no chaser, what I've experienced with this supplement for the past 4 years. Now, I will say I did not achieve optimal results with this supplement because I did not stay consistent with it. I did not take it for the suggested amount of dosage and time. I just took them here and there because these vitamins literally, I don't even want to call it a vitamin, it's a cleanse. These pills for this cleanse literally make you feel so good after 2 or 3 days that you feel like you don't have to take them anymore and you stop taking them. But over the past month, I'd say like month and a half, I've really been focused on clearing and maintaining and fixing my gut. Now, I talk about the gut on this channel a lot, your stomach. You have about 22 feet of intestines wrapped up and around in your stomach. 22 feet of intestines that are coiled and coiled and coiled. So on these intestines and in the colon, we get something called muconoid plaque. Now, I have always been an active person. I've always been eager to go, and I noticed about 4 or 5 years ago that I started dealing with immense amounts of depression that was unwarranted. A lot of...
I think about this, people. When allergy season, everyone's getting allergies and stuff. And then she started getting them too. This is the hive mind system. And we're all getting the symptoms in the season stuff and all these allergy stuff. Think about it, people. What's really going on? Whoa. I think this is going to be interesting. I'm curious to see what she's talking about.
Fatigue, sleepiness. My skin was peely and just tons of eczema, which I never had. A supreme increase in my allergies, meaning I could not sleep without taking an allergy pill. My nose would itch so much, I'd sneeze. My nose was running. My eyes would be itching to the point of me wanting to scratch them out, which is extremely expensive. So my mother, who had surgery on her throat and in her lungs, did some research, and she found a whole website called NSC24. Again, this video is not sponsored. I love these products and I swear by them so much that if they stop creating them, I don't know what I'll do. My mother and I bring up this product pretty much every day. She sent me some of the pills and I began taking them. I ordered a batch for myself. This is what it looks like. It's called Immunition NSC24 Cleanse. When I tell you, I swear.
So I'm getting throttled again. So that, what she's talking about, And what I like to do is look at the ingredients. So it might be 3 herbs, or it might be like wormwood, black walnut, and oregano oil, or it might be this and that. So you can buy these things, and it's way cheaper than you think. I just searched what she's talking about. $24, $34, $26, one of those. Look at that. $24, people. You would think it'd be a lot more than that, right? Beta glucan. Interesting. Okay, let's continue this.
Buy this product.
I'm buying it right
I shared with you guys the Boku Superfoods video, and I believe the only reason that really worked for me is because last month I did a full cleanse, taking 6 capsules of this a day for about 23 days. And the things that were expelled from my body were disgusting, horrendous, scary, and just mind-blowing. I expelled tons of worms, parasites, plaque upon plaque upon plaque, muconoid plaque. Now, all of this plaque and skin is built up from years and years of waste, especially if you eat meat.
So anyone that's, see, it's embarrassing. It could be embarrassing to do that. Now, if when this happens with me or happens with me, I'm going to be proud to say it. Because anyone that laughs or talks shit, we should be laughing at them, because they're loaded with all these parasites and disgusting fecal matter. Disgusting pigs. So let's go here. So what we would do is, here's this here. And not medical advice, of course. Oh, where is it? Where is it? Had the ingredients. Okay, so right here it says the ingredients. Saw palmetto berry extract, pygeum bark, and zinc with beta glucan. That's the ingredients. You know what I mean? So always look at that. And like I said, when you buy these cleanses at the store or on Amazon, they're loaded with heavy metals and stuff, and it's really not beneficial. It'll be beneficial in some ways, but it'll be detrimental in others. Just like anything else, you know? So here's the ingredients of what she's talking about. And then I'll link the link. Let's finish the video, but it's right here. Club price $34 or $26. I don't know which one. I don't know what's like said like that. And you get it's $23, people. Offer expires in a week. You get 120 tablets. So here's one option. So let's go back to this video, see what she said. And I'm gonna write this in the list.
Which I do. Meat takes a long time to break down. So if you're constipated, if you don't poop regularly, it builds up and forms a casing around your intestines. And I'll insert some pictures of muconoid plaque, but it's really disgusting. I would suggest you Google it. Like I said, I had taken a few of these in the past, but I never did the full cleanse, because this is a cleanse. It's not meant to be taken here and there until you've done a full cleanse. Then you keep a bottle on hand. If you feel sick, you can take one. Now, mind you, I started taking these pills here and there 4 years ago. In 4 years, I've been sick once. And the one time that I was sick in 4 years was a couple of months where I had run out of this, and I didn't take it, and I got a cold, which was short-lived. It only lasted like 2 days. 4 years, never sick once. Okay? So this is created by a doctor. It has tons of natural ingredients. I'll read them to you. Cape aloe, black walnut, wormwood, garlic, Cape fruit.
Okay, I was reading the wrong one. My
Pacific kelp, butternut, bitter melon, fennel, golden seal, cayenne pepper, peppermint leaf. There's so many in here. I can't read them all because there's a sticker here that's preventing me from seeing what it's saying. But
And bear in mind, when we're looking at these different things, it doesn't mean that you have to do that to have that result. You could take wormwood extract and garlic and it works for you the same way that that worked for her. Or someone might do something completely different. Or you could do 1,000 different things and have the same results that she's getting. This is just one of the many options. Just keep that in mind, you know what I mean? Don't get caught up in every remedy for this.
guys, mind blowing. The results I got from the last video that I did with Boku Superfood really let me know that you guys need this product. Now, they have sales on this website. Not only do I take this immunization cleanse, I take the joint and tissue from this website and a whole slew of other ones. My mother takes about 6 different supplements from this website. So the point of this video is, after clearing all that plaque, all those worms,
wow,
all of those intestinal parasites, I realized yesterday that we are in the middle of hay fever season and I have not had one allergy symptom, which is mind-blowing. So I want to warn you that upon taking this cleanse, you will expel some horrendous things. And this is TMI, but I suggest you keep a painter's stick or something long, a wooden stick that you can stir paint with near your toilet so that that you can begin to, I'm sorry guys, break up your excretions and see exactly what's inside. It was depressing to see the amount of worms and parasites and plaque that I expelled. I began to lose.
And I know it's gross, people. That's 95% of people. My God. And that's embarrassing to do that. But when you go through these things and that happens, the embarrassment goes away. When you realize how important this is, and you realize that all the people that's laughing are the ones that should be embarrassed. Loaded with this stuff. They're laughing at people that got this stuff out of them. That is in all of us. People are laughing like, aha, you got all the worms and fecal matter out of you. Oh, look at that. That's disgusting. No, you're the disgusting one because it's inside of you. Oh, haha, you got all the fecal matter and worms out of you. Let's go back to talking about the shape of the earth. Oh, like, okay. Yeah.
Lose this belly pouch, Team No Belly that I've been working on. I feel like I'm losing that last bit of weight that I've been wanting to lose. And upon taking that Boku Superfood, my body was able to absorb those nutrients. If you are doing any type of juice cleanse.
And then there's another video. So we're going to go, we kind of done with this one, I think, at this point. And let me link this one up here too in the description because I want to make sure I'll tie this one BKB cleanse in the description and put the link because I don't want to forget. A lot of times I forget about the links. So the video of this one is in the description with the master cleanse, Dr. JINS video, and then the article that we read. So that's saved in the main channel description. Let's back up here real quick and see where we at here. Okay, let me take the screen off just in case there's something I don't want to. So, I mean, people are talking about on YouTube. Look, 42,000 views. I was thinking that we couldn't talk about this, but again, not medical advice. This is entertainment. If you want medical advice, seek your local. This is what people with tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of subscribers and views are saying. They're saying this. You do your own thing, okay? And do what you feels best for you, or don't do it at all. But here's another thing that I've never done, but I've heard a lot about, and I even bought it when I heard about it, and I have personal testimonies from people. And just like anything else, it can be dangerous. So the dosage normally is, if you look up, check this out. Let's get into it, because obviously we can, because look, they're talking about it. I saved it on my investigation last night. Doctor, there it is. I'll put a link to this in the description box as well. Is Dr. Daniels, the turpentine. And so we see that she's buying this product that they're selling, and it looks like it's good, but doesn't mean that we have to do that. We can do other things. So I'll save that in there. You could read this paper. I've read it many times, and I've been scared to do it. I think I did it once. Dr. Jennifer Daniels, okay? One of the most formative alternative healing physicians alive. And this whole paper is extremely interesting. I suggest people maybe read it. And it's about the turpentine cleanse. And there's a lot of people talking about it. I'm not suggesting anybody do it or nothing, but there's a lot of people doing it on videos and stuff. And what you do is you put a teaspoon on 3 sugar cubes. You like pour it over 3 sugar cubes, and then you swallow the sugar cubes. And the reason why you do that is because it like time releases the turpentine, and then the parasites go for the sugar. And then like as soon as, okay, listen to this. This is how smart they are. As soon as this product hits your lips, they know what you're doing. They send the signals out to all the eggs and all the other ones that, okay, it's time to hibernate and hide. So it kills all the head honchos, but they're still there. That's why you got to trick them and keep doing it and switching cleanses and switching products and stuff. Okay, next week I'm going to fast for 3 days. Or I'm going to do a water fast or a juicer fast. And then next one, I'm going to do this cleanse. I'm going to do oregano oil, whatever it is, and keep switching. I'm going to do a castor oil thing. You know what I'm saying, people? But everyone that I've known that's done this cleanse, within 30 seconds, their mind goes clearer than they've ever had. This is their testimony, not mine. Their mind goes clear and parasites exit immediately. Like they run for the hills with that shit. That's the biggest killer. This used to be a natural thing that people would do for everything, just like the different stuff. So I'm sure a lot of people know about that one, but again, not medical advice. This is just another thing that everyone has. I spent $15 for this. So let's add this to the but just like, bear in mind, just like anything else that you do, you could drink a bunch of water and die. So you're going to see information where they're saying, you know, a certain amount can kill you. Yeah, of course. Just like anything else. It's dangerous stuff. All right? So be careful if anybody considers doing it. Okay. So anyways, in the description box is Dr. Daniels' paper. Read it. She did a study. Let's see here. We're done with that. We're done with that. We're done with that. It's pretty long. It's like 12 pages. And I've read the whole entire thing a few times. And she's one of the top natural health doctors alive. It's for Candida as well. But anyways, people came in with rheumatoid arthritis. I mean, all the spectrum of symptoms and stuff going on you can imagine, and it helped all of them. She has her personal testimony here, and also the testimony of her patients, and then the exact regimen that she recommends based on like your weight or age or whatever it might be. And again, turpentine that you buy is going to have some pretty impressive labeling. Birth defects, fatal, deadly to swallow, contact your doctor if you put in your mouth, stuff like that. You know what I mean? So again, I don't know. Let's move on though. So next we are going to get into oh, you know what? Let's go to another video here. Check this out, people. Oh man. We haven't even scratched the surface yet. So we watched Dr. Jin on the last one. Maybe we'll watch it on the next one. So these two videos here, this guy gets deep into, and look at it's on YouTube. So I was on Rumble looking for uncensored content so we could go to Rumble and strictly talk about uncensored stuff. So I found these videos that were great, and I was like, yeah, we're gonna go uncensored. Then I looked in the description box, and this is all on YouTube. Cancer is microparasitical infection, and we all have it.
The kidneys, your limbs.
So I don't know if we're gonna get into this right now. Hold on a minute. Oh, why is it zoomed in like that? There we go. Let me back up here. Bear with me, guys. And then this is a part 2. Video proof cancer is caused by parasites. This is on YouTube, 155,000 views. And they go through all the imagery of so-called cancer and proving that it's a parasite. Microparasites. Okay. Let's watch one of these guys. Spiritual parasites. I don't know what that is. Oh, yeah, we're going to go to... one second, guys. Bear with me. I apologize. Just bear with me. I know exactly what video we're going to go to next, because we're going to go to the... If Jeep Girl's still in here, we're going to get to the Candida one where they talk about both. This is a really good one. And then we're going to get back to the other stuff. It is... There we go. This is from Dr. Daniel Pompa. We were about to get to this video on the last stream when I found out I was muted for 30 minutes. This is a really good video too. And keep in mind, like I said in the last stream I shut down. Bear in mind the vibe of these doctors with all these random symptoms that people are getting and these serious symptoms. They're resorting to it being a parasite. And then we're going to see the doctors that's saying, don't worry about parasites, it's nothing. It's a totally different vibe, people. So we can see the doctors that were in the field, went through medical training, and at some point they separated themselves from the system and made their own practice or surrounded themselves with doctors that were really looking for the problem. They weren't just mockingbirds. Okay.
experienced any of these health issues, such as exhaustion, cravings for sweets, bad breath, a white coat on your tongue, brain fog, hormone imbalance, joint pain, loss of sex drive, chronic sinus and allergy issues, digestive problems, a weakened immune system, or UTIs? That's the first list of symptoms for a condition. Maybe you can guess what it is. And the second list, maybe if you've had any of these symptoms, let us know. Constant illness, just in general, chronic illness, different nail funguses, constant fatigue, difficulty sleeping and waking up, and rectal itching. Any of those symptoms for the second condition. And Dr. Pompa, maybe you want to fill them in. What are these two different conditions that we're going to delve into today? Because these are very common symptoms and they're kind of across the board as well.
Yeah. Well, look, if you identified with the first one, that's candida. If you identified with the second one, that's parasites. And by the way, I didn't even know what order you put them in, but I could just tell by some of the symptoms. However, most of you probably are saying, oh, I have symptoms with both. So I'm very, very confused. You know, and it's so true because a lot of people, myself, actually, I had parasites when I was sick and I had candida.
Great combination.
Yeah. The first set of symptoms was candida. The second was parasites. You're going to hear my dog bark in about 10 minutes here. 10 seconds. When someone knocks at my door, no matter what, this is going to happen on Cell TV. I apologize. So anyways, and, you know, look, the bottom line is that these things, and we've all heard this, right? Everybody has parasites. Yeah, that's true, right? Everybody has candida. That's true. You know, but to what extent does it become symptomatic? To what extent it becomes a pathology, right? And then with that said,
looks like they're just going to throttle me whenever I play a video, people. It's really unfortunate. I apologize.
What can we do about it? We're going to show you because I believe there is absolutely a time that it becomes a problem and we have to knock back these infections, right? But I also am going to tell you on this show that I had those things. And yes, if I knocked back my candida, if I knocked back the parasites, I would feel better. However, I wasn't better. So we're going to talk about that too, because I think there's an important, and I'm going to give you a candida protocol, a basic one. I'm going to give you a basic parasite protocol, you know, but I think there's a deeper lesson here that for all of us. So, well, you know, let's dig in because, you know, Meredith, you as well have.
I don't think they're going to let me play. Let's bounce back and forth. So when I Googled, because she was talking about 11 herbs from 600 years ago, so I was Googling that in the background. 12 herbs that kill parasites naturally. Let's look at this. You see the numbers are all over the place. 95%, 80%, 10%, 5%. Now it's 50% have parasites. Why can't we get to the bottom of this? The most common internal parasites that a human are commonly dealing with include tapeworms. Okay, so yeast. See how they call them yeast, a parasite. Remember I've been saying about the live active yeast people? And it's all connected to the parasitic religious system as well, my friends. Because they made sure that the ones that you guys connected with, their little front men, the ones that were like, oh, I'm so perfect, you know, all their little speakers, they made sure like, okay, you want to be a front man for our parasitic system? Well, you need to not be a parasite and be infected with them and go on a 30-day fast. Oh, damn. Don't eat any breads or nothing. Stay away from yeast. Whoa. Look at these things. Look at these monsters. These dragon monsters. That's in, I would say, over 95% of us. Especially if you haven't done anything and you're in denial. You could go your whole life with these inside you right now and not even know it. Not even know it. Look at that. So let's get to anti-parasitic herbs. Black walnut is a type of walnut that contains large amounts of cytotoxic compound called juglone. Reveal potential fight bacteria such as blah, 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 E. coli. Look at that. Black oil or black, I hear a lot about, I already have that on my list. Black walnut. And if you go to, that's a big one. And you can do it every week or every 2 weeks. I'm going to do this one. I'm going to do black walnut and wormwood. The next week, I'm going to do this. You know what I mean? And you can go back and forth. But we're going to be looking up prices on all this stuff too. Black walnut oil is $9. It depends on obviously the size of the bottle, but the average price is $12. 12 to 50 bucks depending. You got to make sure you're buying the right thing, and it's obviously edible for humans and stuff like that. Make sure you're doing your research. But the average one is about $15. It's also a mild laxative to help facilitate the elimination of dead microbes and waste products that would otherwise accumulate in the digestive tract. This is a really good thing. Also, whole black walnuts. You don't need to buy the oil or the extract. Wormwood is another one that kills parasites. The powerful extract has been shown to inhibit one of the most deadly malaria parasites. Some preliminary research has suggested that wormwood contains anti-inflammatory, anti-cancer, and immunoregulatory benefits as well. So using this to kill parasites and reduce inflammation in the gut can be very beneficial. Wormwood is a big one. And I bought one wormwood extract, and it was $14, and I still have it. And I have the pills too. Garlic, of course. Antibacterial, fungal, viruses, parasites. Viruses, antiviruses. People, we all have viruses and cancers in our bodies. All of us do. It's just at one point does it start becoming detectable? Does it start growing? Do you start getting symptoms from it? Maybe not in your whole life. And then you get in a car accident. But if you'd have lived another 10 years, you get in a car accident and you die in 5 years. But if you'd have lived another 10 years, then these micro viruses and stuff would have started being detectable, and you'd have started feeling serious symptoms. So everybody's different, you know. It's just, everyone's in a different situation, but we all have this stuff. Now you're talking about things that can go in. Think about, this is one thing I want to think about, what I used to talk about with CBD, not medical advice. It's legal where I am. Even a lot of psychedelics and stuff in California. But CBD is legal. You get it in even in any cigarette store, you know, the little, you can buy CBD now, and like CBD vape stuff and stuff like that. When you take CBD, garlic, any of this stuff, think about, what if it's killing cancers and viruses or something in your body? Are you going to know? Like, is your body going to tell you, like, good job taking that CBD oil because you killed a bunch of cancers that would have been having a big issue and would have killed you in 10 years? Are you being aware of that? No. We don't know what type of magic this stuff is doing to us. So have that intention when you do it, and you're not going to know what, a lot of times, what these things are doing. But know that it's doing something important and feel like it is. Okay? Because I've taken a lot of CBD, but I don't know what type of magic it's done. But I believe it did. So keep that in mind with these different products. Garlic is good. Buy a whole garlic clove. Buy a few whole garlic cloves. It'll cost you like 69 cents each. You know what I mean? They're like 50 cents for a garlic clove. And every day, Just take one, smash it, and down it like a pill and drink water or something. There's so many things like that you can do where it's not a big deal. That's a great one, people. Has copper, calcium, vitamin C. And the thing about this is, the food we eat, the magnesium, all these type of minerals and stuff, that's where we get our energy, people. That's where we get the true energy we need for our mind, body, and soul to live. These parasites eat that shit. They know exactly where the copper is. They extract the copper and different things from the foods we eat and sugars and stuff like that and keep it for themselves and leave the shit for us. Literally. So I would say, in my opinion, I wouldn't even take garlic pills or nothing. I would just go buy whole garlic cloves and take one a day. Why not? That's a great one. Oregano. Most powerful antimicrobial substances we can currently know of has been shown to have diverse activity against bacteria, viruses, fungi, parasites. Specifically, oregano essential oils have been shown to effectively act on bacteria like MRSA and have become resistant to traditional treatments. MRSA, right? Whoa. Okay, let's continue here. So you can buy this oil of oregano. It's the same thing, like 15 bucks on, I'm pretty sure, on Amazon or whatever. Tribulus, flowering plant renowned in Southern Europe. Same thing. For GI, these are the ones you definitely want to be doing. These type of GI supports and stuff for the good bacteria, because these things have already done damage to your gut and things like that. And so you have to get it back working again. Our body's going to heal itself naturally. They've already done the damage. Like, just like our skin, when we get cuts, the magic that happens to our bodies, how it heals. The same thing on the inside, people. A lot of these things will heal themselves, but you got to get this going. Keep that in mind. Mimosa. Pudica. Jaundice, asthma, uterine problems, blood diseases, fatigue, and more. It's a remedy for all these things. So, mimosa. Pudica. I'm not going to skip a beat on this one. Best herbal treatment for worms and other larger parasites. In that video we were just watching, he gets into the science of each size parasite, and there's like 4 sizes. So what he'll do is he'll be like, okay, we're going to take number 1 and number 4 this week, and then next week you're going to eat some junk food, and we're going to switch to number 2 and 3. Because now the parasites are going to come back out of hiding and wait to be fed again, and we're going to start with the other 2. And then we're going to do that for 3 days, go this one. So you got to trick them, because they're tricking your ass too. They trick most of you to the point to where you think you don't even have them. Oh, man. Pregnant women should not consume Mimosa pudica. So definitely do your research on all this stuff, people. All right. Antidepressant, anti-anxiety. Think of all this stuff, all this depression medications and anxiety stuff. Xanax, look what Xanax has done to us. And all it does is it makes you get more and more, you know. And imagine if all these people could have just been given this and would have been fine, maybe to the point, or a few of these other things too, to where the problem goes away. And now they don't have an addiction to some medication. Let's see how much this one is. $4. Oh, interesting. Grapefruit seeds. Neem is a powerful antimicrobial. Neem. I'm educating myself right now too. We're gonna blast through these. I'm gonna share the link to this. Grapefruit seeds. I think I wrote that. There's unlimited stuff, people. And a lot of stuff we already have. Grapefruit seed abstract, worm seed. Never heard of that one either. Look at this. Worm seed has also been investigated as a natural alternative to chemical bug sprays. Kind of like diatomaceous earth. Think about all the bug sprays, people, with all these crazy chemicals. There's so much natural stuff like this and diatomaceous earth and stuff that does great with the bugs. You put diatomaceous earth mixed with like a solution and you spray around your house or something and put it around your house, no bugs, nothing, people. It's like little microscopic glass daggers for any type of rodents or bugs, or I mean bugs. All these type of bugs. And you could buy like a bag on Amazon for like $10, people. And a lot of you guys are paying for pest control, this monthly payment, stuff like that. And you can put it in your house and different things. Just do your research on it. That's another thing that sometimes people do for cleanses too. And I've done it. Not medical advice. You mix some diatomaceous earth, food grade stuff that can be for humans with water and you just down it. That's a murder for parasites. Videnga. Let me save this article because I don't even have this one saved. One of them compounds. Look at this. Anti-inflammatory, anti-tumor, anti-hemolytic oxidant activities. Damaging effects of a bacterial waste. So be careful with this stuff. Definitely do your research. I mean, most of these I'm not going to be doing myself, but I want to go over all of them and get the big spectrum of this entire deal so I can know what I'm talking about. Passion flower. Anxiety relief and relaxation. And fights pathogens. I've seen people experience when they have parasitic overgrowth is insomnia. Look at this. Additionally, passion flowers are great improving insomnia symptoms and promoting a sense of overall calmness. How many people we know and love and ourselves that have insomnia? Because they made all of these natural herbs and things like this that they used hundreds of years ago as a alternative to their petroleum-based, chemical-based medicine. And imagine the people that, or we've suffered, and we could have just given them some passion flower. Maybe. I'm just saying, maybe. I have seen people experience when they have a parasitic overgrowth is insomnia. In particular, waking up between 1 3 a.m., having trouble falling back to sleep is a common issue people with parasites experience. Cloves. A lot of us have this too. We have like dried cloves, we have paprika, cayenne. A lot of us have a lot of these herbs just sitting around. Impacts bag microbes in the gut. Also get out into circulation to kill parasites and their larvae and eggs. When it says get, people think about this. When the microbes, it kills the bag microbes in the gut, but also gets out into the circulation. That's your blood circulation. That's what the microparasites do. They get into your blood circulation and then go to a specific place and set up shop. So these different things do the same. It gets into your circulation and will kill the parasites and their larvae and eggs. You know what benefits? Helps protect against worms, fungi, bacteria, viruses. Look at that, people. Parasite cleansing herbs, cloves, wormwood, black walnut. Remember, these intestines in the human body, 22 feet long, people. 22 feet. Sometimes we look at our bodies, we're like, that's not much. But meanwhile, the average person, watch this. You guys are going to be tripping after I tell you this. Look at this, people. The average person has 7 to 10 pounds. This is just a basic search on Google. 7 to 10 pounds of fecal matter inside of them right now. Up to 20 pounds if you're having digestive issues. 20 pounds, people. So the people that are laughing when you tell them stories about what came out of us after doing these things and trying to take care of the inside, not just taking showers like, oh, my skin's clean and I put my lotion on and my stuff and I smell good. Let's go out, you know? But they don't give a fuck about the inside and they laugh at us like, oh, that's gross. Look at worms and disgusting stuff kind of thing. Oh, that's gross. Ha ha ha. Let's go back to talking about pointless stuff and be a beta boy. They're loaded with up to 20 pounds of fecal matter within them and worms. So black walnut, wormwood, and cloves. Those are good ones. A lot of the really good cleanses, when you do buy a concoction, which I don't recommend anything, by the way. Wormwood and black walnut are definitely the ones that pop up the most. As a practitioner, I was encountering many clients with challenging parasites in their system. I knew I needed a product that would help them eliminate these effectively. Para 1 and Para 2 are clinically formulated advanced dietary supplements. Okay. So I don't know about these things. I'm not trying to sell anything either. It is usually not enough to use antimicrobial herbs when trying to cleanse your body of unwanted pathogens and kill parasites. Yeah, people. You will likely achieve a much higher success rate if you also ensure that you are eating in a way, blah, blah, blah. They love sugar. It's absolutely crucial to avoid sugar, blah, blah, blah. So the biggest thing with these cleanses too, I want to keep reiterating, is healing the gut. And I'm starting to list with that. GI support, bile sauce, and there's a bunch more stuff. So I'm still learning about this, but one thing I really want to learn about is healing the gut, because when you do these cleanses, you have to repair that. Things like apple cider vinegar in the morning, like a teaspoon or whatever the recommended dosage is one of those. To put that acid back in, that helps you break down the food. The apple cider vinegar is very important. That's something cheap you could buy. I just bought some of the organic stuff and it was $7 for a big ass bottle. It was like, dude, this is gonna last me 2 years. Just doing a teaspoon every day. See what I'm saying? It's gonna cost me less. It's gonna cost me like 2 cents a day or less than that. And then we don't know the magic that these things are doing. Oh, they even said apple cider vinegar. So yeah, to consume antimicrobial cleansing compounds while fasting, drink plenty of water, add organic acids like lemons, limes, apple cider vinegar. Important to do a lot of salt, such as Himalayan sea salt or organic broth to maintain mineral balance. There you go. And then that salt, check this out. It was there's a specific salt. I have it in my thing over here. In the Master Cleanse video, there's a specific salt that you buy. It's like this big white salt, like unrefined. And it cost me like $10 for 2 nice sized bags. And it's the best salt that you can buy because it has the exact balance of minerals that you need. This other refined stuff, it's trash, people. All these other salts are trash. Even a lot of people say Himalayan salt isn't that good for you. But this one salt is. And putting like a teaspoon in your water in the morning, downing that, it goes a long way. It helps you balance out those minerals, get those acids within you because your acids aren't working properly because the parasite's done damage. Or you did some cleanses or some antibiotics that took all these things away. So your body's like, well, I can't do anything now. And now you become an incubation zone for them to just populate. Starting your day with a glass of water and adding a squeeze of lemon, lime, a tablespoon of apple cider vinegar. So how cheap is that? A cup of water with just some apple cider vinegar. I did that this morning. It cost me a couple of pennies. That's a good place to start at least, right? Starting to do fasting, people, is so important, people. If you've never fasted, for combating parasites, I'm focusing on parasites, not necessarily people's diets as much. I'm not really focused on that. Everyone can just do their own research, you know? I'm going to continue to research that though, but I don't want to. Pumpkin seeds, fresh pomegranate, that's another one. Coconut oil, coconut products, raw garlic, and raw onion. Fermented foods, sauerkraut, blah, blah, blah. Fermented foods is another one that's great for this. There's so much parasites in the fucking cow and especially pig products, people. And remember, they were saying that there's more parasites within vegan or organic vegetables than the regular ones. What a scam. Turmeric. Oh, people, I'm going to become an expert. I'm going to have a grid system with all the different cleanse stuff and foods and things like that. I'm going to have all organized and everything, people. I'm going to come with some shit. I'm telling you. I'm going to hit this so hard. Okay, so we got that. Parasite activity during the full moon. I've heard about this. I don't know much about it. They exhibit biological rhythms. Oh my god. Remember what she was saying in that video? That one girl about the allergies and stuff, and oh, everyone's now getting allergies and stuff, and it's that time of year like everyone's getting this. It's allergy season. No, it's active parasite season. That's a hive mind system working within you, and now they're getting a certain action going together. Oh my gosh. Okay, let me pull up the YouTube video we're on right now. See what's up with the chat real quick, and we're gonna come right back to that. Please like the video, guys. Let's see what Rory posted. Oh, that's another one. Thank you.
Have a strong.
Thanks, bro. This is another one here. I'd actually bought on Amazon. It's a bentonite clay. People, do we want to see our loved ones and ourselves get cancer whenever in years and years and years because the medical field's not doing their job? Just think about it. We could, as our families and stuff, we could start taking some of these things, not knowing the magic it's doing, and prevent us from being at the hospital during radiation treatment from a loved one or whatever it might be. Think about it, people. Think about the things that we can be preventing here.
Positive charge. When soaked in this bath, the clay pulls the toxins from our bodies and replenishes them with mineral. You're gonna need a tall glass of water after this bath.
That's a good one, bro. I haven't heard about the bath one. Wait, hold on. Thank you.
How your body benefits from this bentonite clay bath. Bentonite clay consists of aged volcanic ash. When hydrated with water, it has a strong negative charge. The toxins in our bodies have a...
That's another one. Pulling the toxins from your body and stuff. That's very important. She was doing bentonite clay, apple cider vinegar, and I think it was Epsom salt. But you could just do one or the other too. Like, you know, I don't have Epsom salt, but I'll do the bentonite clay. And the bentonite clay was super cheap. It's also a cleanse as well. $10. $10, people, on average. But just like the diatomaceous earth. Okay, where were we at? Where were we, people? Okay, yeah, we were here. We were on the rhythm of the parasites, the biological rhythm, the hive mind system. Researchers, so parasites exhibit biological rhythms. Big shout out to everyone. I'm trying to stay focused, and I was thrown way off in the last one. It's only 2:30. Researchers continue to study how the biological rhythms of parasites are regulated and exhibited. Disrupting parasite rhythms can be helpful for eradicating parasites. The full moon is associated with higher parasite activity. And what do we see, people, with the full moon? More people committing crimes, stuff like that, weird stuff. The full moon. Whoa. Your body's circadian rhythm responds to the moon cycle. Parasites are more active and reproduce, coinciding with your circadian rhythm. During the full moon, we produce less melatonin and more serotonin. Melatonin is the neurotransmitter that helps you sleep and helps to control your immune system. With lower levels of melatonin, your immune system does not fend off parasites as well. Wow, what the fuck? So the parasites know when it's a full moon and you are releasing lower levels of melatonin, higher levels of serotonin. So it knows that your immune system doesn't fend off them as well. Parasites have receptors for serotonin. Parasites use serotonin to help them move. With access to more of your serotonin, they have more movement. The combination of less melatonin and more serotonin gives parasites a heightened ability to move around and cause issues. Whoa. That's a new one for me. That's a great piece of information on this. When we get into the mind controlling ones, it's gonna blow your minds. When you attack pathogens in the gut and kill parasites, there is often a large amount of waste release into the GI tract that can become harmful if not properly eliminated. This is why in my personal protocol, I typically recommend utilizing activated charcoal. So when we're talking about GI tract, hold on. Activated charcoal and fulvic and humic acid. Complex to bind up these toxins and pass them through movements. The key is to use the herbs that kill parasites with food, as that is when the unwanted visitors come out to eat and the food goes through the GI system. As they begin to eat, the herbs are mixed with the food and they eat bits of those. After we kill parasites with herbs, we use activated charcoal or the biotoxin binder after the meal to help grab up the toxins in the gut and bloodstream to eliminate them through the drainage pathways of the body before they can get onto the organ systems and exert a negative impact on our health. And there's a lot of things for this GI tract thing. So like I said, that's how you trick them. But you could be killing, oh my God, this is so much stuff. You could be killing them, but they're not exiting. So then they deteriorate, they send out signals, make you have all these symptoms. So sometimes we get like a random headache or cramps or something weird, like, oh man, I got a bad headache. A lot of times it's, I don't know 100%, but a lot of times these symptoms are a parasite that's died. But before it dies, it makes sure it sends out a signal to all of them and also to your receptors, neuroreceptors, so you have these symptoms and you feel uncomfortable. Kind of like, almost like some of them like self-destruct themselves on purpose too. Causing damage to the digestive function. This is why fighting a parasite, you want to make sure you're following up with gut healing protocol. Page not found. Okay. So that's very important. So they're obviously selling a lot of stuff, but we're not interested in that. Parasitic infection can cause the body to, final thoughts, to suffer severe side effects. Conventional medicine has solutions for this kind of issue, but they often are very harsh on the digestive tract and can lead to other problems. Fortunately, utilizing specific herbs, standards, extract form, along with other lifestyle strategies listed in this article can help kill parasites while protecting and strengthening the integrity of your gut. This is why you can also help protect yourself from ever having to go through these troubles again. Okay. Let's try to go back to this video and see if this is working. All right.
Suffered from this, right? So talk about some of your experiences with this and what were some of your symptoms?
Yeah, I mean, well, so let's start off with Candida, and which I learned about it years ago, actually, when I was first getting into natural health, and my friend told me all about it because she was having these symptoms. And by the way, if you're just tuning in for the first time,
let's try to lower the quality here. It's at 360. Look at that. It's at 360. Let's even lower it more.
no, Candida is a yeast in the body, and it's naturally there. but the problems occur when it becomes overgrown, when there's an overgrowth of candida in the body, and it can get out of control and cause these different symptoms that I first read, some of those in the list that when we first started the show. So, and I had some of these symptoms that my friend had mentioned, and like the white tongue and brain fog. I had some UTIs in the past, recurrent, and just I was like, oh gosh, candida. I'd never heard of this, so I started to delve into it more and more, and I just kind of started to experiment with some of the protocols that I came across, and I know you're going to delve into that as well. And but first, I had started just kind of experimenting with the no candida diet, which was no sugar at all. So for a while, I had taken sugar out of my.
We might need to skip the videos for this. Look at Heather said, I asked the doctor for anti-parasite med, and when I read what was in it, it's toxic as hell. I left it in the cabinet. They're full of heavy metals and stuff from China, my friends. Why is it like this in America? We should be on the forefront of this and dealing with this and combating this, and they turn the blind eye, people. Again, watch that documentary. Look at this, people. And I found it for free on YouTube. This will blow your mind. It's free on YouTube right now. Under Our Skin. An hour and 40 minutes. This will really blow your mind. You'll see this will confirm everything that I'm saying and what these people went through with misdiagnoses. And all of them could have took a $15 thing to fight Lyme disease before it got really severe, and it could have saved them. But they were all misdiagnosed, and it was a gigantic thing from the top to hide what was going on with the ticks and Lyme disease. So Under Our Skin is on YouTube right now.
My diet, and that included alcohol for a while as well. And when I was living in New Orleans at the time, I remember that was challenging. Like no fruit. Yeah, it was because it was such a part of my lifestyle. But at the time too, thinking back, like, gosh, there's no wonder that I had candida, because I had set myself up kind of in the perfect storm, as you say, to get candida. I know my immune system wasn't very strong because I wasn't sleeping well. I wasn't eating well. My microbiome, therefore, was out of whack. And so with, different gut issues and a weakened immune system, you set yourself up.
I had a loved one get sick with a certain cancer, and I even suggested to just change diet, and they were like, no, my doctor says I don't need to do that. And like I said, people, it makes me so upset. These parasites are operating on a microscopic level. This is way beyond the parasites that we're discussing. This goes down to the people around us, even channels that we cheerlead on YouTube and we think that they're so great, to these people around us and these people in higher positions that govern over us, supposedly, and then the ones that govern over them and govern over them, and the ones that we've never seen or don't see, only hear stories about, these demigods, the gods of the material world, that raised the serpent and the staff in the beginning of this age, and that is the serpent, that is the parasite. And it goes above that to also the astral planes in the spiritual realm. These things are operating on that top spiritual level down to the microscopic level, my friends. It's all a hive mind system working together. And a lot of us have joined forces with that and became a parasite ourselves. This is deep, deep stuff. So we're touching on this now. We're going to be continuing this, but we're going to get much deeper as we get into the demigods and the demiurge and stuff like that. That's the same parasitic system that declared itself as God, as our God, and the ruler over us in this 3D realm. That's not the true God, people. That's the top parasite. No good God would create these things. No good God. Someone that declared himself as God would create these things, but not the true God. An imposter God that created these parasitic systems, wanting your energy, you know? And you're getting nothing in return. But sometimes you do. They'll throw you some crumbs and some, you know, whatever for bowing down and giving up your energy. Where are we at here?
Up very well to have candida issues and overgrowth issues. So I had gotten to the point where
I'm just saying, people, and I know a lot of people talk about this and a lot of people are into topics and that's their niche. You know what I mean? I always like to touch on all types of stuff, from the soul trap to the religions to AI to, like, I don't want to touch on all of that. I don't want to be like stuck in one niche. But that's just my style. But, and I get some people are in a niche and that's their thing. And then people come to them for that. And that's just how they do their thing on YouTube. I get that. I have an understanding. But at the same time, like when you get into this and you just do 15 minutes of research, it does make the shape of the earth and different so-called true stuff look so petty, people. So petty. So,
you know, been in been in position for candida, and just initially by starting kind of the no candida diet, where I was taking the fruits, the sugars, some of the carbohydrates, definitely not all, out of my diet, I did start to get some relief and decrease in symptoms. But then I didn't really take.
so we're just gonna get throttled left and right, people. It's unfortunate on the videos. But that's what the heavy metal agenda is about, with the chlorine in our water and these different heavy metals in our foods and different things that they give us to consume. And there's a lot of sister topics with this. The agenda with the heavy metals is to get us in our bodies so the parasites can thrive, because it kills that good bacteria. Remember that. These heavy metals, that's what they do. And so even if you kill the parasites, you still have these heavy metals in your body. So that's why I haven't even got too much of it yet. I'm trying to get deep into the heavy metal cleanses, like that, what Rory shared on that cheap bath thing. That's a great one. There's all types of just basic things that we just have sitting in a cabinet somewhere that we can use to get some of these toxins and heavy metals out, so we don't create that environment for them. And then that good bacteria and things, damage that they've done, we can get all that back and rejuvenate and then have a system. It's a lifestyle we're going to have to choose, you know? And so let the rest run around with up to 20 pounds of fecal matter inside of them, worms and disgusting parasites floating through their organs and body, while we get this stuff out of our bodies and start really connecting with our higher self. That's why they do. This is a spiritual board, people. This isn't just cleaning your bodies and this and that. This is a spiritual thing. Because when you start doing these things, you connect more with your spirit and it helps you on your walk in life. It's more than just cleaning your bodies, but it goes way beyond that. So let them walk around with their 20 pounds of fecal matter and disgusting worms while we get this shit out of us. All right? And don't be embarrassed. Be proud. Damn, I wish this video would play. I'll put this in the description
Take it
too.
too much further, and I got kind of caught up in other things, and that's kind of where my candida specifically journey ended, because I've stepped back and seen the bigger picture too as well, that I think sometimes we get so focused on fixing a specific condition when we're missing out on the bigger picture and the multi-therapeutic approach, as you teach.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, you just did such a good job there, because you set the stage for, you know.
Think about this too. While they're people, Well, they're like, oh, they think that there's a globe. They think the Earth is a globe. How dare them? And they continue the circular arguments and keep reminding themselves that they're lying about the globe, right? And keep reminding ourselves and reminding and reminding and looping and looping and looping. Both of you flat and globe earthers are full of fecal matter and parasites. Oh, man. And if we just dealt with that, then we would all connect with that, what we are trying to connect with our whole lives, and we'd all be on point, people, and we'd all, you know what I mean? Everything, it would be that domino effect. This is the domino effect. Okay? Because while, even if all the globies wake up to the Earth shape, you're all still loaded with fucking parasites from the ones that created this and are lying about it at the top. This is the biggest secret. This is what they don't want you to know. They don't care about any of this other truth. They don't care if you know all this shit, obviously. Because how much of this truth has come out? Look at all this information right in our face. It's right here. And no one's paying attention. So weird. What is happening? I don't get it. What's up, Malcolm? Oh, interesting. Zeolite. I'll write that down for heavy metals. I'll look into it. It's zeolite. Oh, people, I'm gonna have a grid like no other on this thing. So this video, if we don't get too much of it, in the description right now, there's a video called Dr. Daniel with a link to this video here. This is a great video for candida and parasites.
What everyone goes through. Look, no doubt when you go to a lower carbohydrate diet, take refined sugar out of your diet, a lot of the fruits out of your diet.
Yeah, they're not going to let
it gets a step better. But it seems like, severe candida, it's never healed by the perfect diet. Matter of fact, I mean, there's even some people that say, even people in ketosis that candida will feed from the ketones. Look, bacteria, fungus, yeast, they're very intelligent. I mean, they'll do anything to survive. So, I don't know that you'll beat it all the way back. With the perfect diet. So then there is a time to come in with some killers, as we call them. And, the key here, I know you guys.
Okay, we're going to skip the videos, guys.
I just want some of these answers, right? So let's just give you some of the products that were very successful with me, in my clients. The number 4 Fung DX, FUNG-DX, and it's literally the number sign 4. We've used it for years and it's very effective. Let me give you another one that I absolutely love. It's Candida Plex. And spell that for them because it's a funny spelling.
Yep, Candida, CANDIDAPLEX. And you can get that at revelationhealth.com.
Exactly. And then I love grapefruit seed extract. Just straight up grapefruit seed extract. I love oregano oil. So I just gave you 4 different products. Now, the magic with candida and bacteria is rotation. Okay, so meaning that they are clever for a month, and then you have to switch the product. So it's not just using one product, especially when you deal with more severe cases. And on more severe cases, whereas you just have a mild case, maybe using one product for a month and then switching to another product for a month, that would work. But with a more severe case, you'd probably pick 2 of those 4.
That's deep, bro. Heavy metals and antenna, a frequency transmitter. Dude. Wow. Oh, we're on them now, people. We're so on it. Oh, man. All these other topics and stuff, they're just playing little games on us. That's like their little board games with us to kind of watch and study us. Like, Yeah, they're finding out this truth and stuff, but yeah, they're still loaded with parasites and tons of disgusting trash. So as long as we can keep them not aware of this, we're good. Who cares what truth they got? Let's play these little games with them and study them. We're a gigantic experiment, people.
And do that for a month, and then pick another 2, and then pick another 2. So, you know, and I think garlic could be in that rotation. Olive leaf extract could be in that rotation. So the magic isn't this one pill, right, or this one thing. The magic is, in fact, the rotation, because you have to fool these clever little guys. So the diet that we mentioned, you know, no doubt low carb. I think most of you watching this get that, but mixing it with the killers. Now, this is my experience, is that I would do this, right? And, you know, researching on, you know, on this rotation theory, et cetera, and it would work. It would knock it back. But guess what happened when I would stop? it would come firing back. You know, it may take 2 months, but, you know, before I know it, I'd start getting the white tongue. I'd start getting itchy ears. I mean, you know, just the stuff that my particular set of symptoms, you know, would start and, you know, give me the red flag that my candida is back. Very frustrating. So then I would go back at it. Okay, so how ultimately did I beat my candida? As I did multiple brain phases, getting the toxins out of my deeper tissue. And that's the cellular detox for new people, right? And I would, you know, after a period of time, I realized, oh, it's like I haven't beat back my candida in months. You know, that's odd. Meredith, you said something. You said my immune system was low because of my lifestyle. And therefore, it gave these.
Okay, we're going to be bouncing around. So while we're still live, I definitely want to show a quick clip because I don't know if we're going to be able to get to the clips at this point based on what's going on. So we're, where were we? We were a few minutes in. But there's definitely a short video I want to show just in case. It was it this one? Toxoplasmosis gondii. The parasites that impairs the brain. Okay. I have a good video on this. I just don't want to waste your guys' time trying to find it. Let's check this one out. I'm going to find the video I'm looking for, though.
In our health alert tonight, a mysterious parasite could be living in you, and it could be linked to your pet.
Millions have no idea. Now researchers are trying to find out if it's possibly causing changes to your brain.
7 Action News reporter Alan Campbell is here with how to find out if you're one of them and how to avoid them altogether.
Do we have a parasite in us? It's terrifying to think about, but apparently a third of the world's population is infected.
A third, huh? I'm reading from Real Doctors, 95%. Where'd you get your numbers? Because even the WHO says 85%. They're all over the place like always.
So, listen up. It's microscopic, it's parasitic, and 60 million people in the U.S. have it, Toxoplasma gondii.
Most people don't know whether they're infected or not.
That's because if you get toxoplasmosis, the disease caused by the parasite, you may have no symptoms or just feel like you have a mild flu. But if you're immunocompromised, it can cause more severe problems, like seizures. And if you're pregnant, the disease can harm the fetus. You can get it by eating contaminated raw or undercooked meat. And cats get a bad rap because the parasite only reproduces in felines and can be spread in their waste.
Cats are the definitive host of Toxoplasma.
And here's where cat infected with Toxoplasma, it can change their brains.
A mouse will normally run as fast as possible away from the smell of cat urine. But if the mouse is infected, it will run directly towards the smell of cat urine.
That could mean Toxo is eerily smart, making rodents more likely to be eaten by cats, ensuring its survival. Could Toxo also cause behavioral?
And by the way, what do you think a heart murmur is, people? When you have like holes in your heart and different things, you know, when you're born and stuff, what do you think that is? Really think about when the baby's being put together from that original state and these different things that they're born with. I was born with a heart murmur. Why would I have a hole in my heart?
Changes in infected humans. Scientists like Dr. Emma Wilson are trying to unlock more clues about the mysterious parasite.
But there are correlative studies that suggest people with some neurological diseases like schizophrenia are more frequently infected than not. But the link between toxoplasma and neurological disease is still very tenuous at best.
Research is still ongoing, but veterinarian Lori Teller says if you're one of the 85 million cat-owning American households...
I don't want to deal with the pet thing because I know we love our pets and stuff, but that's another thing. You know, we can do different things to prevent that, but toxoplasmosis, it gets much deeper than that. That was a G-rated version of these things here, people. Watch this. I think I found the video here. It was this one. Fair use. This is for entertainment only. Fair use. I think it's this one, is it?
Psychic powers. History is riddled.
Yeah, here we go. Check this out, people. Oh, man. Much love. All right, so here we go. Stuff they don't want you to know, parasites. This is from How Stuff Works. 13 years ago. All right.
From UFOs to ghost and psychic powers, history is riddled with unexplained events.
It's going to keep buffering. It's so annoying. I'm playing this out regardless. The buffering is getting worse.
You can turn back now and learn the stuff they don't want you to know.
Listen to me. Please listen. If you don't, if you won't, if you fail to understand, then the same incredible terror that's menacing me will strike at you!
Here are the facts. Parasites are one of nature's most unique and specialized types of organisms. In the 1956 film Invasion of the Body Snatchers, locals in a small California town fall victim to a bizarre alien invasion. These aliens don't attack with ray guns or robots. Instead, they slowly replace the townspeople. The creatures look like normal human beings in every way, but their behavior is
It's the alien invasion, people. Like, they were speaking truth in that movie.
Changed drastically. They do odd, murderous, even self-destructive things to advance the goals of their alien masters. Scary stuff. But could it actually happen? Here's where it gets crazy. It could happen, and we wouldn't need aliens in the picture. Many parasitic organisms are models of outsourcing, and their reproductive cycles may rely on the exploitation of one or more separate life forms. Consider the parasitic fungi known as cordyceps, which germinates in the body of carpenter ants and caterpillars. After entering the host body, the fungus grows and eventually infiltrates the brain. Here's where the fun begins. The fungus uses chemicals that compel the infected caterpillar to climb to the highest possible stem and latch itself in place. At this point, the fungus eats the caterpillar's brain and sprouts through its head, reproducing by releasing spores into the air. Cordyceps is not unique. Thousands of entomopathogenic fungi exist, and they have evolved to prey on specific victims, from dragonflies to beetles and everything in between. In each case, the fungi overpower the animal's natural behavior and replace it with a set of self-destructive patterns. Other types of organisms have formed equally diabolical relationships with animals. Consider the nematomorph hairworm, which inhabits grasshoppers, literally driving them to commit suicide. And larger animals aren't safe from behavior-changing parasites. The Diplostomum spataceum, or Trematoda, blinds fish, causing them to move closer to the surface of the water and become an easier target for predators. But perhaps the most disturbing of these parasitic relationships is between the bacterium known as Toxoplasma and the average rat. When infected with this parasite, a rat's chemical perceptions will change, and it will become attracted to the scent of cat urine. It gets weirder. The same bacterial infection can also infest human beings, and scientists such as Glenn McConkie believe that it may significantly alter human behavior. Not necessarily in the same way that it changes the actions of mice and rats, but perhaps increasing the probability of schizophrenia. Evolution is an ongoing process, and all forms of life are engaged in a global race to get that extra edge over the competition. If one parasite can take over a machine as complex as the human brain, then it is only logical to suppose that another parasite could also create brain-altering behavior. And here's the question: is this something they don't want you to know?
They're here already!
I was muted. This is the zombie apocalypse, people. We've been wondering what's going on with the people and stuff like that. And so these hive mind parasites has also infected the humans too and created a hive mind where they're the parasite too. You know what I mean? Think, really start looking at people, even some people that we like, you know what I mean? And they're great people. And I like a lot. I'm subscribed to like 700 channels. I like all, for the most part, I think they're all pretty cool, you know? But now I'm like really starting to see what's going on, you know? And so judge people on their fruits. Where are we really taking away from these people, you know? They became parasites. They just want your energy, and we keep giving it to them while they're infected with disgusting fecal matter and parasites and toxoplasmosis and stuff, people, and they don't even know it or even want to talk about it. They'd rather talk about other pointless things. Let's go here. So when you do research on some of the stuff, it can be misleading. Sometimes you got to scroll pages and pages, by the way. And you can see here on the top Bing result, when I search heart murmur is parasites, heart murmurs can indeed be associated with parasitic infections. Now, also, I haven't done research on it. Parasites in the male genital tract is not as frequent as viral bacterial infection. However, some well-known parasites have, yeah. So in the male sperm, and this is on ncbi.com, nih.gov. It is however, some well-known parasites have shown their ability to reach this compartment, sometimes with severe consequences on fertility. That's parasitical inside the sperm. The male sperm. And you got to wonder if they cause certain sexual behavior within animals and rodents, so they act sporadically or mate to spread the parasite till they go to another host. Maybe it's doing that to humans as well, my friends. Sounds like it, looking at a lot of these men too, the way they act. And the whole hypersexualizing of these women and stuff like that going on. This is a whole parasitic agenda, people. I see it now. The demons that turned into worms, how the Rockefellers invented the germ to the theory. Rockefellers pioneered the health industry by treating people's symptoms of parasites with whatever the direct cause, curing the direct cause, without curing the direct cause, saying it was bacteria. Now, this isn't medical advice or nothing. This is just a lot of papers on this. They showed up with fancy pictures of bacteria, doctors with big words, first-hand accounts, and drugs to convince people of the germs, just to get the foot into every country to implement their beliefs and strategies of combating said imagery virus. And that's what I'm saying. Just like the NASA stuff, now we're dealing with a lot of these viruses and stuff and different things. They all show as CGI imagery. If they showed you the real images, you know what you would see? Think about it. They treated this imagery as bacteria, as parasites, because that's what they were, and pretended to cure people. They went to poor countries pretending that the parasites from another country will spread, and educated them about yellow fever, malaria, bacteria. Absolutely horrifying. Germ is making the scheme that's always been blah, blah, blah. If you're full of bacteria, like, you're going to get sick. Let yourself detox. That's all flu symptoms are. Your body is going to try to fight off the parasites in your fucking system. Stop feeding them mercury, antibiotics, and sugar. You're going to live. I hope this information, yeah, there you go. Goes back to the video we showed in the beginning with the Rockefellers. A big parasitic agenda. They were going to different countries with CGI computer-generated images of bacteria, putting fear in them, not showing truly what was going on. All right? So, next. It's unfortunate that videos aren't playing, but, you know, they're playing decently. It's not, it could be worse. Let's check this out, people. Let's check out some people that says parasites are good for us. Watch this. Watch this, people. I think this is it. Now, this is the one with 8 million views or 8 million subscribers. SciShow. I'm gonna put a tent over the screen while we watch this one. Okay. Now this is extremely important, because this is going to show you how they lie with statistics. Remember that picture of Bill Gates? This is important. And he was one of his favorite books. He was always next to that book. This book here. What a parasite this guy is, huh? How to Lie with Statistics. It's one of his favorite books. All these people read this. This is something that they teach you when you get into this field. Economy, things like that, and different things in different positions where you're dealing with statistics, and you know they all have their statistics in these arguments and things like that. They all learn how to lie with statistics. It's a very important part of the program when you join this parasitic system. Now let's watch that on here together. Watch this. Let me throw some tint on the screen real quick. Oh, this is good. This is going to piss some people off for sure. I got to put the tint on the screen for this one, though. All right.
If your doctor told you that you were infected with worms, your first question would probably be, how quickly can I get rid of those worms in me? And I get that. I mean, look, you don't want worms wiggling around inside your intestines. It's enough to gross anybody out. But what if I told you that you might want to have parasitic worms inside you? Because some doctors have found a connection.
This is criminal, people. Listen. What the fuck is going on? Where are we living? What is this place? Oh my gosh. Look at this guy. What the fuck?
Around inside your intestines. It's not to gross anybody out. But what if I told you that you might want to have parasitic worms inside you? Because some doctors have found a connection between having worms and not having immune system problems like allergies or arthritis.
Some doctors have actually found a connection between having worms and not having immune system problems like allergies and or arthritis. While your testing is 1% effective. So are you really testing these people? Like, okay, think about the study of that, people. Really, because that's what I do. I studied these studies my whole life and these trial studies and stuff like that for all types of things. And I went all the way back to the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s to 2 decades ago. And I studied these, no joke. I studied a lot of these studies. It was total BS. A lot of it was total bullshit. So if you're doing a study on people having worms and not having immune system problems, just think about how that would operate. Okay, so you, 100,000 people, you all have worms. Now we're going to see you in your life in the next 20 years not have immune system problems. My fucking ass, dude. And say worms are good now. Think about how that works. All right, let's see here.
The idea is that these worms have set up shop in our bodies for so long, evolutionarily speaking, that our immune systems might have gotten used to them, to the point that being worm-free can actually cause its own issues. It's part of the hygiene hypothesis.
Being worm-free can cause issues. Being worm-free, guys. Whoa.
Hypothesis, which was proposed by epidemiologists back in the 19th.
And a lot of kids, this is what their kids watch this stuff, this channel right here, people. SciShow, 8 million subscribers. Oh my God.
1980s to explain why allergies and autoimmune conditions like asthma are so much more common today than they used to be. According to the hypothesis, people's immune systems might be out of whack because we're too clean. Filtered water didn't exist for an awful long time, let alone hand sanitizer stations. So for much of our...
Oh my gosh, he said more autoimmune and asthma and stuff is on the rise because we're too clean. Now he has a point there with different antibiotics and things that we consume and it's killing the, so he has a little bit of a point, but he's heading the wrong direction. Hand sanitizer, stuff like that, like he's right about that in a way. But he's going to make a connection with parasites that we need them.
Evolutionary history, everyone was constantly exposed to things like bacteria and parasites. It's your immune system's job to keep these things from settling in and harming you when they get inside. So when it finds something foreign, it defends your body by triggering inflammation, that hot, red, swollen achiness. These symptoms can happen because the area is flooded with an army of white blood cells. The compounds they release either attack the foreign material or call in reinforcements. But the compounds that do the bulk of the attack don't just target invaders. They can harm your own cells too, and your body can get achiness. These symptoms can happen because the area is flooded with an army of white blood cells. The compounds they release either attack the foreign material or call in reinforcements. But the compounds that do the bulk of the attack don't just target invaders. They can harm your own cells too, and your body can get caught in the crossfire, which causes damage and pain. Allergies, for example, are a special case of inflammation where the body is overreacting to something that's usually harmless, like pollen or dust. And autoimmune disorders come from parts of your own body triggering inflammation, like rheumatoid arthritis, where joints basically become permanently inflamed, or multiple sclerosis, where the immune system attacks the protective coating around nerves and sometimes the nerves themselves. These
I don't know, because a lot of real doctors and stuff are, whoa, it's totally contradicting a lot of the information. This is sad, people. And they built the statistics around to support what he's saying.
Conditions are becoming more common these days, especially in wealthy nations where you would think easy access to high-quality medical care would prevent them. That's where parasitic worms, collectively known as helminths, come in. This group includes things like tapeworms, nematodes, and flukes, which steal nutrients to survive. Most get cozy in another animal's intestines or blood. Some species cause pretty severe symptoms, like the worms behind schistosomiasis, which can cause anemia, liver failure, bladder cancer, or other awful conditions. But many others don't. Like, if you had a tapeworm right now, you might have no idea, which is a super creepy thought, actually. For those more benign species, the fallout that can come from launching your immune system nukes at them can be worse than the damage from the worms themselves. Which is why some epidemiologists think that our immune systems have evolved to function with certain parasites to some extent. That might sound kind of backwards, but studies have found that rates of asthma and allergies are higher in places with fewer parasite infections, like those with more sanitation and access to healthcare. And even though treatment is obviously worth it when the worms are causing health problems, other research has suggested that getting rid of parasites can have unintended side effects. For instance, in a 2006 study, ridding 317 children from Gabon of their intestinal parasites made some of them have an allergic reaction to mites. Similar have an allergic reaction to mites. Similarly, a 2011 study looked at more than 2,500 Ugandan women, some of whom were treated with deworming meds while they were pregnant. While the treatment helped prevent potentially serious complications in both adults and babies, it increased the likelihood that the kids would have eczema or wheezing, both symptoms of allergic responses.
So, a Ugandan study with 2,500 Ugandan women, some of whom were treated with deworming meds while they were pregnant. While the treatment helped prevent potentially serious complications in both adults and babies. So it prevented serious complications with adults and babies. But it increased the likelihood that kids would have eczema or wheezing. Whoop-de-fucking-do, dude. This is so disgusting.
Both adults and babies, it increased the likelihood that the kids would have eczema or...
I'm sure in Uganda they were really following these people around after they gave birth. Like, okay, these are the ones that we treated for worm stuff, and they're tracking them all down, all these people, hundreds of people, and like, okay, what has your child been dealing with wheezing and this? Are they really monitoring these people and really getting to the... No.
Wheezing, both symptoms of allergic responses. And a small study of 12 multiple sclerosis patients found that those with worms had less nerve damage over time. But when
12 multiple sclerosis patients, which that's another thing. So they're gonna tell us this, people. 12 multiple sclerosis patients found that those with worms had less nerve damage over time. Just 12. But when 4 were treated, their multiple sclerosis symptoms got worse. Okay. As the cause of MS is still unknown and there is no cure, an emerging body of evidence points to a causal link between parasitic infections and multiple sclerosis. It's considered autoimmune disease that attacks the nervous system, the brain, and the spinal cord. Bam. Simple Google search. Boom. Look what they're doing to people. And that's why I question manifestation now and all this stuff and like, oh, we're like this and that. It's like these innocent people cannot be manifesting this. We're dealing with a parasitic system that has broken serious natural laws, and it's gone way too far. Way too far.
Four of them were treated, their multiple sclerosis symptoms got worse. It seems strange that having a parasite infection could keep you healthier in these specific ways. So to figure out why this pattern exists, immunologists have looked at how our bodies respond to helminth infections. They've found that some parasitic worms seem to make our immune systems kind of hold back by releasing anti-inflammatory signals that make it so our bodies don't go overboard trying to kill the parasites. At the same time, they're also reducing the inflammation that leads to autoimmune conditions and the overreaction to allergens. Helminths could also spur the production of regulatory T cells, which recognize parts of your body that might trigger inflammation and turn down the response. These cells normally keep your immune system from staying in attack mode after the invaders are already dead, or from freaking out in response to harmless stuff like pollen. And this was seen in those 12 multiple sclerosis patients. Those with parasites had more regulatory T cells recognizing a protein that triggers the attack of neural tissue, which could be why they had less nerve damage. Doctors are trying to figure out what it is about the...
So why point to just the parasites as... That's so stupid. This is stupidity. This is pure stupidity, people. This shit is ridiculous. I'm so pissed off. Now we're talking about children, people. Oh my God. Just the horrible things that children and people are dealing with, and I've seen. And just to know, like, the entire time it was probably a parasite infection, all the things that they had to go through. Blood transfusions, chemo, radiation, pills up to yin yang. I mean, you name it, and suffering, and then the people around them suffer, and it's just this, it's just such a big deal, you know? It's so beyond these other topics. that's what I'm saying. That now you guys can maybe have more of an understanding when I go after these other topics and I say how pointless they are. They're important, but it's like, well, let's deal with the parasites first. You know what I mean? Like, this is definitely way bigger than that stuff. Way bigger. We expose this agenda, all the other stuff falls apart. This is the beginning of the dominoes that fall on these people, for sure. This is the beginning of dominoes, and I think more of you guys understand where I'm coming from now, right? And the ones that don't, let them have 20 pounds of fecal matter and worms all throughout them. Fine. Go ahead. Then you're joining the enemy against us. Fine. But I'm not letting this topic go. There's no way.
Worms that triggers these regulatory mechanisms. That way, they might be able to turn the compounds involved into treatments for all kinds of autoimmune diseases. It would be like the benefits of the worms without all the worms. To be clear, we here at SciShow do not recommend infecting yourself with worms to try and like cure your tree nut allergy, unless your doctor prescribes them, which is kind of possible. Some doctors are putting the hygiene hypothesis to the ultimate medical test. Clinical trials. Most of these trials are still in the early stages and results are mixed, but some researchers remain hopeful. We already know that our health depends on tons of other organisms that live on and in our bodies, so maybe parasitic worms are just part of that, just a lot bigger. But again, we are not recommending that you stop washing your hands or like walk around barefoot around a lot of human feces. Don't do that. If you want to learn more about your health and about medicine and about healthcare policy, you can dive even deeper by checking out our sister channel, Healthcare Triage, hosted by Dr. Aaron Carroll, over at youtube.com/healthcaretriage.
And so when you search, this is one of the first things that pop up if you start researching this on YouTube. And most people go the first few videos, you know? Let's look at some of the comments here. Congratulations, you have a new life growing in you, but your parents were right when they said that playing in the dirt helped toughen your immune system. Not in that way. That's exactly what a worm would say. My old college professor was allergic to pretty much everything. He tried parasite therapy and he went from a super lackey, weak, good guy to almost average weight within one semester. This video was brought to you by parasitic worms. Did the worm make you create a video about it? Blink 10 times in rapid succession if you are a host to the worm. We talked about parasites and how some experts think that the allergies are due to lack of parasitic worms. I thought about mentioning you guys to her, but didn't. Then I came home 1 hour ago. That's it. This is changing. This is calling in life. The universe said so. So 1 hour before he watched this video, he was taught this in his microbiology class. Looks like an agenda to me. He was taught about this in the microbiology. That's what I think I'm reading here. He was taught about this in a microbiology class. He comes home and then they post a video about the same thing. Early bird gets the worm. So disgusting, guys. That's so disgusting. Okay, next. Let's get into some positive things. Let's see this one. Check this out. Did lawmakers demand the Pentagon to disclose if it developed weaponized ticks? Don't they look like machines, people? Oh my gosh. This is so deep. A curious amendment in the 2020 Defense Authorization Act demands answers to the question of U.S. developed insect bioweapons. And this is from Snopes, by the way. And Snopes says it's true. The U.S. House of Representatives voted to compel because they had to. You know how they play games like that. Sometimes they can false it, even though it is true. And sometimes they have to be forced to just true the theory because the information's out, you know? The U.S. House of Representatives voted to compel the Department of Defense to disclose if it ever used ticks as part of the biological weapons program. This article addresses the narrow claim that the U.S. House of Representatives ordered an investigation of whether departments experimented with ticks or insects as biological weapons. This claim is true as first reported. The stipulation was added in an amendment in the NDAA Act. The United States began biological weapons testing during World War I and then investigated but did not use ricin as a potential weapon. Anyways, it goes on about they were doing this, and it's been under suspicion that this whole tick thing may be that. They're obviously denying it, but you got to wonder when you watch that documentary, if you watch it under your skin, under our skin, and when you watch it, remember this, okay? It'll blow your mind. Just showing you, it's not really linked to the parasites, but this is a parasite, but it lives on the outside of your body. You know what I mean? But look at the damage it's causing. And it was something like, I think it was like 5 or 10,000 was diagnosed with Lyme, but something like 300,000 had it at that time. And it like spread. It was like, you know, when you see those maps of, in like the movies of the infectious diseases and the whole map starts getting red of the infections, that's what the Lyme was like. And if you go there, if you go to that thing, there's a tick guy, and he's like about like examining ticks. And he goes through the fields in Connecticut and these different areas in America with just like this white sheet, like a flag. And he goes by the bushes and stuff. And just within 30 seconds, he had like 4 ticks on it. It's loaded with ticks everywhere. And there's some rumors I'm not going to mention here about how they came there, but it's all theories and stuff. And there's no confirmation. I've already tried to look it up. Actually, when I looked this stuff up on Google, the AI came back and said, I can no longer talk to you. I'm not, let me see if I can do this. Watch this. It was, oh, last time I said, it's the AI said to me, I'm not responding to that. No joke, people. When I was getting deep into this and trying to find the stories I've heard about before, the AI stopped and said, I'm not giving you any search results type thing. It was like, what the fuck is going on? So there's that. Oh, they really care about us, huh? Let's pull this one up here. Facts about parasites and autoimmune disease. I'm getting overloaded here. Remember, irritable bowel syndrome. This is in parasites affect globally in both developed and undeveloped countries. They are commonly undiagnosed, are difficult to accurately test, and they take a toll on the immune system. Toxins in our environment can exacerbate the parasite problem. Many clients with IBS and autoimmune often also suffer from a parasite overload. They steal your nutrients and thrive off of foods you consume. They range in the size from microscopic all the way up to 50 feet. Parasites are pathogens, and they are both found both inside, on inside other organisms. They feed on their hosts and depend on them for nourishment and sustainability. All right. There's something else here. See if there's anything that we haven't covered here. Daily sunshine. Okay. All right, let's go to the next one. A lot of the stuff we've already talked about, so I'm going to skip. Parasitic worms come in all shapes and sizes, and they are tiny microscopic creatures. Parasitic infections can cause diarrhea, unexplained weight loss, abdominal cramping, itching around blah, blah, blah. Because these symptoms can indicate other types of infections, diagnosing parasites and worms in humans can be a challenge. It is a challenge. You guys are 1% effective. Tapeworms can grow up to 30 feet in humans. They are contracted from... Oh, you know what? Check this out, people. We're going to come back to the videos. I'm going to come back to that. Watch this. Did we watch that video? Parasite-derived cancer. Yeah, let's check this one out. It's only 2 minutes.
A 41-year-old man in Colombia with HIV infection presented with fatigue, fever, cough, and weight loss. He had been non-adherent to therapy with a recent CD4 count of 28 cells per cubic millimeter and a viral load of 70,000 copies per milliliter. Stool examination revealed Hymenopleus nana, or dwarf tapeworm, eggs. The patient received 3 doses of albendazole, and antiretroviral medications were reinstated. CT imaging showed lung, liver, and adrenal nodules of up to 4.4 centimeters, as well as cervical, mediastinal, and abdominal lymphadenopathy. Both lymph node excisional and lung core needle biopsies showed nests of undifferentiated cells. The cells were characteristic of cancer, but they appeared to be of non-human origin. PCR targeting eukaryotes identified Hymenopleus nana DNA. Although they were unrecognizable as tapeworm tissue, tapeworm immunohistochemistry and probe hybridization labeled the cells in showed nests of undifferentiated cells. The cells were characteristic of cancer, but they appeared to be of
The cells were a characteristic of cancer, people. How many people are getting diagnosed with this stuff, and it's exactly what we see here.
non-human origin. PCR targeting eukaryotes identified Hymenopleus nana DNA. Although they were unrecognizable as tapeworm tissue, tapeworm immunohistochemistry and probe hybridization labeled the cells in situ. Comparative deep sequencing identified H. nana structural genomic variants that were compatible with mutations described in cancer. The proliferative cells had overt features of malignancy. They invaded adjacent tissue, had a crowded, disordered growth pattern, and were monomorphic, with a primordial stem cell-like morphology. The patient developed renal failure but declined hemodialysis, and he was placed on palliative care. In this case, the authors hypothesized that continued proliferation of tapeworms in the immunosuppressed host allowed somatic mutations to accumulate, ultimately leading to malignant transformation. Because HIV and H. nana infection are widespread, malignant transformation of H. nana may go unrecognized and may be misdiagnosed as human cancer. Preliminary data suggests that albendazole may be ineffective in treating clonal proliferations of tapeworm cells. Invasive H. nana cellular proliferations may present a new therapeutic challenge. Full details are available at nejm.org.
And so, also getting into cancers and studying this One second. Studying this stuff with the link with the parasites.
This story is
They it was like when the lady had, they said it was cancer in her breast. So breast cancer ran in her family. So she had a family and young kids and stuff. So she said, just take both of them off. Well, it turned out it wasn't cancer at all. But what that story told me and what they were saying was most of the United States, even hospitals and doctors where they diagnose it, they don't have the proper tools to really diagnose this stuff. It's just, this could be a range of different parasites and things, and it looks just like cancer, and they're going to diagnose them with cancer every single fucking time, people. That's protocol. And again, most of the time they don't go in and take it out. They go through all this crazy therapy and stuff like that. It's so sad, people, that this is happening. I'm going to become an expert in this, people. I'm telling you, I'm not letting this topic go. There's no fucking way. So, let's see some of these other clowns for a second. Ticks weaponized by the government. Here's one of those videos relating to that. Let's check this out.
A Republican congressman from New Jersey wants the Pentagon to reveal whether it experimented on ticks with the goal of turning them into weapons and whether this led to the spread of Lyme disease in the U.S. Fox News national correspondent Jennifer Griffin has more.
Borrelia burgdorferi, known to millions as Lyme disease, infects more than 300,000 Americans a year. It is spread by infected deer ticks. Not treated, it could lead to neurological damage. Now lawmakers want to know, where did infected ticks come from, and is the Pentagon to blame? Congressman Chris Smith points to a secret Army bioweapons program to weaponize ticks in the 1950s.
Bioweapons specialists stuffed ticks with pathogens to cause severe disability, disease, even death to potential enemies.
Army labs like Plum Island and Fort Detrick, not far from the largest concentration of Lyme cases, were capable of breeding millions of bugs a month. The link was first outlined by Stanford's Chris Newby, who wrote about it in Bitten, The Secret History of Lyme Disease and Biological Weapons. She interviewed William Bergdorfer, who worked for the U.S. military in the 50s growing microbes inside ticks.
They experimented on ticks that could live in cold climates for campaigns against the Russians.
Bergdorfer, for whom Lyme disease was named in 1982, suffered from late-stage Parkinson's. He hinted before he died that the outbreak may have been a bioweapons experiment run amok.
The concern now is that there might have been accidental leaks and exposures, releases.
Smith sponsored an amendment to the Defense Authorization.
And so this guy that was doing experiments with this, on his deathbed, which usually happens on their deathbed, you start feeling guilt and remorse, you know? And so he made sure he told people about this gigantic experiment and that it probably went live. And you got to wonder about other ones we don't know about and that no one's ever going to know about. And you got to wonder, we see these labs that we have and we know of where things are going on. But what about other places we're not aware of? Okay? Beyond these government figures and the military, there's a whole nother system that I believe is involved with much more stuff that we're talking about. But you'll never, when you get to that above level, above the government, these parasite entities are, you'll never catch one defector. We got to remember that above the governments is a system of beings that we can't imagine, that they never, they're a hive-mind system forever. They will never separate. You'll never get one defector. So this type of stuff was not going to leak out of that system. I got to bear that in mind.
Act that would require the Pentagon's Inspector General to investigate. Newby has been accused by some scientists like Michael Osterholm of concocting a conspiracy theory. Quote, "There's just no credible evidence."
I interviewed one person who worked indirectly for the CIA, and he claims he dropped poison ticks on Cuban sugar workers in 1962 as part of...
Whoa, I don't even remember that part. No credible evidence, huh?
There's just no credible evidence.
I interviewed one person who worked indirectly for the CIA, and he claims he dropped poison ticks on Cuban sugar workers in 1962 as part of the effort against Castro.
Her critics say Bergdorfer may have been confused by his Parkinson's disease.
He felt really guilty about what he did. I believe that what he was trying to say is, you know, something bad happened here and I want it out before I die.
The House amendment will die unless the Senate votes to keep it in the 2020 Defense Authorization Bill, which would force the Pentagon to investigate whether these weaponized ticks ever got loose. At the Pentagon, Jennifer Griffin, Fox News.
We have found the mechanism by which a really common human parasite hijacks the host cell for its own benefit.
This is frightening.
By which a really common human parasite hijacks the host cell for its own benefit and potentially changes the behaviour of the host human that's living within. This parasite lays dormant in 30 to 80% of people, and one of the critical factors for this is their ability to store energy as starch. We've found the molecular mechanism by which they do so in order to establish this infection. Toxoplasma gondii is an extremely common pathogen. In fact, it infects 30 to 80% of people. And we pick it up either when we eat undercooked meat that harbours this pathogen, such as in lamb or beef, or we catch it from being exposed to cat poo, which harbours cyst forms of this parasite. Most people, it's not a problem. In fact, it will only present as mild flu-like symptoms. But it is a problem when you have a dampened immune system.
See, this is another way that they lie with statistics. So up to 60 to 80% people have them. See, the numbers are all over the place. And this is the toxoplasmosis. This is the one that controls your cognitive function. Now bear this in mind here. This is this one. Here, that's an actual image of it. These little guys. In the brain and stuff. So where were we at with this? It's much bigger than the cats. I think the cats is the scapegoat for this. You know? They want to blame the cats, you notice in all their grids. But it's much deeper than that. But when they say, oh, most people that have them, it's not going to cause complications, because most people die from other things. Most people die from thousands of other things in their life, car accidents, cancer, heart attack, and this and that. But if they wouldn't have died from that, they would have lived longer, and then they would have been dealing with the toxoplasmosis. You see people? How they lie with their statistics? Just like, let's say, for instance, let's say 10 million people die from a car accident this year, right? Well, that means that they all die from that. But let's say none of them died from a car accident. Well, they would have died from something else. And all the other statistics of all these other things that we're talking about would have went up. Catch my drift, people? And so when you're talking about all these other random deaths with car accidents, this and that aren't caused by disease, if they wouldn't have been that random just event, they would have been one of these and tallied up. These numbers would be skyrocketed. You see what I'm saying? See how they could play with the statistics? So that we don't know what the numbers are, and we never will. totally throttling me.
Or when you're pregnant. There's been a really interesting link recently showing that people that have mental illness, in specifically schizophrenia and bipolar disorder, have a greater likelihood to be infected by this parasite. Schizophrenia and bipolar disorder link recently showing that people that have mental illness, in specifically schizophrenia and bipolar disorder, have a greater likelihood to be infected by.
So schizophrenia and bipolar disorder. Now they're going to start telling us that there's a greater chance that they're infected by this parasite. A lot of people have bipolar, and the people with schizophrenia and stuff. It's starting to make sense now. See, with all this stuff, there was this gap, and I always knew there was this gap. Like, obviously, something's not right with these things. And learning this is like that gap's been filled. Now I understand.
This parasite. And that is very interesting because the chronic pregnant. There's been a really interesting link recently showing that people that have mental illness, in specifically schizophrenia and bipolar disorder, have a greater likelihood to be infected by this parasite. And that is very interesting because the chronic form of this parasite lives within the brain. We've found the mechanism by which it exports its own proteins into the host cell that it's living within. And that is particularly exciting because it infects brain cells, and it may change the behavior of those brain cells for its own purpose. Now that we know the molecular mechanism by which this parasite uses to export proteins into the host cell for its own benefit, and also how it regulates energy storage, we now have the ability to design new therapeutics or a vaccine that could be used for pregnant women.
Oh, dear Lord. Problem, reaction, solution, you know? I forgot what this one was, if this one was good. Let's get to something more positive.
Hi, my name is Bob Lindy. I'm an acupuncture physician and registered herbalist in St. Petersburg, Florida.
So, yeah.
Today we're going to talk about how to get rid of parasites in the body. So the first thing we want to do is get together a couple of ingredients. So I like to use a French press and get about 2 cups of boiling hot water, about 1 ounce of black walnut hull, and then usually about the same amount of pau d'arco, which is a bark from a South American tree. Of course, this is a very generalized treatment in order to deal with parasites. It can be effective, but it's important. There's so many different types of parasites that may affect our body, and sometimes it may not even be a parasite, but really just a problem with the good bacteria in our gut. So one of the first things to ascertain is what type of parasite that you have, and then you can more effectively get the right herbal ingredients, or sometimes it's necessary to get medications in order to effectively treat parasites. So once you've ascertained that, or if you just kind of want to do an herbal parasite cleanse that works in a general manner, we've gathered these ingredients together. We place those herbs inside the French press, pour in our 2 cups of hot water, and let it steep for at least 10 minutes and up to 20 minutes. Once you've done that, the best way to do it is try to drink 3 equal portions of the liquid that's left over and drink that throughout the day. So 3 portions, 3 times a day of this cleanse. You do need to be careful. Sometimes in a number of people it can cause a little bit of stomach upset, and it's best done on an empty stomach, and you may get a little bit of loose stools from it. So do be careful taking that and see how you respond before you do a full dosage of it. So this is Bob Lindy in St. Petersburg, Florida, talking to you about how to do a parasite cleanse on your body.
So, check this out. Okay, people. So there was another cleanse. Again, there's tons of them. So figure out what's best for you or not, your choice. And do research, do searches. And I'm going to continue to be plugging and stuff. I got a lot of things plugged in already. And I just don't want to spend too much time plugging stuff in. I'm going to be doing it on the side when I'm out streaming as well. Parasite, this is from the Rockefeller University, by the way. You know? Kind of started a lot of this in the beginning. This parasite here, okay? Which is, let's show an image of this one real quick. And it's good to get educated on this, so when we try to tell people around us and stuff that we know what we're talking about. You know what I mean? If you think about it, of all the stuff, all the truth that we know and all these stuffs that people believe, all the lies people believe, this would be the one that we'd want them to understand the most, for sure, especially our loved ones. So this is this one right here. And again, it's a lot of CGI images. That's kind of like it is because they use this different coloring on a lot of their imagery. So some of these actually could be real. So we see them within the cells. Now let's watch the function of these ones, how intelligent they are. All right. Look at these things. So look what these things do. It's like a thief in a disguise. Every time the host's immune cells get close to destroying the parasite, it escapes detection by rearranging its DNA and changing its appearance. Let me say that again. Every time the host's immune cells get close to destroying the parasite, it escapes detection by rearranging its DNA and changing its appearance. That's why you have to trick them. They trick us. We're going to trick their asses back with different cleanses, different things that we might use at different times and switch things up. Not just a one and done Amazon cleanse. In a research paper in Advanced Online, joint forces to reveal how the parasite initiates its getaway by cleaving both strands of its DNA. Whoa. Hinges upon its ability to change its surface coat. The genes that encode the current coat, which is comprised entirely of molecules called variant sulfase glycoproteins, VSG, are located 15-20 regions near the ends of chromosomes. These are microscopic, people. When the host immune system has just about been killed all of the parasites, some surviving parasites rearrange their DNA. So this is what I'm talking about, where like if you do certain, like the pine needle stuff or something, as soon as it touches your lip, the parasites know and are already figuring out a game plan. They're all the hive mind. They let all of them know. So it's like, okay, when I go, it doesn't matter because you're all still here. We're a hive mind. And then they change their DNA, their coat, and hide. A lot of times around the heavy metals that's in your body. And then they change their DNA, and then they like wrap around heavy metal particles and become undetectable and unscathed. And switch their coat, initiating another wave of infection. During this cat and mouse game, the immune system never gains the upper hand and the victim dies. You got to wonder how many did and never got diagnosed with this or were misdiagnosed. It regulates the frequency which the parasite changes its surface coats. When the telomeres become critically short, they predicted a break occurs or an adjacent to the activity transcribed, the gene triggers a switch. So they communicate. They're more intelligent than we are in a lot of ways. You know that? Based on the observations, we predicted that double-stranded DNA breaks were behind the switch, but we were not able to prove it, blah, blah, blah. By working with DNA cleaving enzyme from yeast, the team found that a DNA break in a specific region upstream of the active VSG gene causes the parasite to increase its coat switching frequency by 250 times. During this break, induced recombination from other chromosomes is duplicated and then displaces the previously active VS gene. Whoa, shape-shifting parasites, people. Oh, what an exciting find. So what are you guys doing about this? You know what I mean? And I haven't got too much into the yeast and the candidas and stuff like that, and then the connection with scriptures and the whole agenda. But we're going to be doing that on the next one because I haven't got to that yet. But I've already done research into this, linking scriptures to the parasitic agenda, people. It's all throughout the Bible, by the way. No joke. Let's see if I can do... what do you think they were talking about wormwood in the Bible for? This is all... look at this, people. Now, bear in mind, wormwood's like the main thing for parasites. And in the Bible, and we got to remember how they play their game with scripture. It's linked to bitterness, suffering, and divine judgment. As a metaphor of God's punishment and impending destruction. And so this is going to get interesting when we get into the scriptures on this. And the yeast, the fasting and avoiding yeast in certain foods for certain divine front men, the front men for the religions and different spiritual systems, the fasting they would go through, it was almost like they had to rid themselves of parasites first to become that divine being so they can represent that spiritual system. But only if they did that could they, because they had to rid themselves of the parasites, my friends. That's my thoughts on that. But yeah, what's up, Emilios? Actually, I'm glad you said that because the candida. We're not going to be live much longer, but when I come next time with this, I'm going to be super ready for this. This is a warm-up stream to what's coming, my friends. There's something here in a basic search. Let me see if I could find it. So, is candida a parasite? Yes, it is. In small doses, it's a normal part of the body's natural microbiome. The microbiome works with our gut bacteria to keep us healthy. It's a normal part of the natural body's microbiome in small doses, which most of us have larger doses. So again, a lot of health and scientists and different people, they say it's not. And then they say it is. So you can see here, Candidas is a fungal infection caused by overgrowth of a type of yeast that lives on our body. There's something here. Something, let me keep scrolling here. The candida, a lot, if going undetected and stuff and you not knowing, will turn into like, it'll transform. So this stuff is another shape-shifting organism that turns into parasites as well. So we'll be... I think it was over here on the right side. Healthy bacteria help balance the amount of yeast, and disruption of this balance leads to an infection. So this is the main point with candidas, people. In the description box, and especially a lot of ladies out there, there's a video called, in my description of this video, Dr. Daniel. And there's a YouTube link, and that's the video that we were starting to play, and it kept buffering. That's a good one for the candida as well. And the parasites, and they talk about how they do both of them together and how they rotate things and different stuff like that. And then both of the people, the doctor and the girl that's interviewing him, they both had both of these problems, and they look super healthy. He's a doctor. It's a fungal infection caused by an overgrowth of yeast in your body. Healthy bacteria helps balance the amount of yeast, and disruption of this balance leads to an infection. So again, it always goes back. The beginning of this is the heavy metals and these different toxins that we put in our body, and these antibiotics and stuff like that. Although we're killing some infection or whatever it might be, sometimes with things, we're also killing all the healthy bacteria that helps us balance the amount of yeast and parasites, or dealing with those and fighting different things. You become a perfect, once you take this stuff and you have it flowing through your body, you start getting rid of that healthy bacteria. Now they're going to start thriving. So you got to wonder, let me do this. Let me do a quick search here. So when you search, is yeast we eat causing candida? Okay, let's see this. Nutritional yeast does not. Okay, so nutritional yeast. There's all types of yeast. You have commercial yeast. We have companies like whatever bread company you can imagine. I can't think of any names right now that buy but truckloads of commercial yeast. And we have live active yeast. You have all these different yeasts. So nutritional yeast, but there's much different yeast, you know? And what are we buying at the store when we buy commercial yeast? And we buy a lot of breads and stuff that's not fully cooked. And I don't know if you've ever looked at live active yeast, but it looks very suspect to me. It does not cause yeast infections or candida overgrowth. People, they just told on themselves. So it doesn't cause yeast infections or candida overgrowth. But did it cause it in the first place? Doesn't it do an overgrowth itself by feeding off of us and multiplying? Essentially, the yeast that causes infections isn't present because of the elimination of yeast during processing. Well, how can we really trust them? Are they processing it properly? Are all of them under strict stuff? What's nutritional yeast? What are all these companies using? What are we using that we buy in the store? Is it all nutritional yeast? I'm not really sure. This is where I wanted to go next. There's 8 types of yeast for baking. Active, dry, fresh or bake, liquid, instant. Oh, there you go, people. There you go. This is what I was always wondering too. People, think about this. Nutritional yeast does not cause candida or yeast infections overgrowth. Candida overgrowth. But there's 8 types of yeast. And one of those 8 is nutritional yeast. What about yeast extract? What about top fermenting yeast? What about bottom fermenting yeast? What about instant yeast? Liquid yeast? Active dry? Fresh or cake yeast? And you know, when these commercial, think about it, people, these people that are baking like billions or like millions of donuts, or, you know, like, you know, we all love the chewy cookies and stuff like that, or whatever they're doing to make it. And a lot of it, we love it when it's undercooked and stuff like that. So it's obviously not going through the, look at this. Active dry. Before adding a recipe, this type of yeast requires a dissolving in a warm liquid to activate it. Unlike instant yeast, which is added directly to the recipe ingredients, active dry yeast should not be exposed to liquids hotter than 110 degrees, or else it will kill off the yeast. This yeast is usually sold, blah, blah, blah. So I don't want to get too much into the science of all these yeasts, but maybe I will down the road. But how do we know that they're cooking at the proper temperatures? You know what I mean? If there's even something to kill out there, how do we know? So this is very misleading, because all they're saying is nutritional yeast. Looks like they're hiding something from us. I've never heard, this is something, I swear, people, that came out of my own mind a couple months ago. I saw some live active yeast, and I immediately, there was something there, and I knew it, and now I see what it is. They just want to say nutritional yeast. Let's see what else is here. So, and they say it's a type of yeast that commonly resides in your body, but it doesn't mean it's supposed to be there. It's commonly residing in there because we all just have it. You know what I mean? The Candida diet is often recommended despite its lack of clinical evidence. So there's not much more information on this, but I think we just kind of got to the bottom of it. And again, we see them putting out papers. Is nutritional yeast and Candida, is there a connection? There are many types of yeast. Oh. There are many types of yeast in the world. Some are edible, like drive active yeast. Some are used to make bake. Nutritional yeast, afflicted, blah, blah, blah. Among other, nutritional yeast is a form of deactivated brewer's yeast. Notice it says deactivated. So the nutritional yeast is deactivated. Now, a lot of the other yeasts are activated. Offered as a meat-free source of vitamin B2 and protein for vegetarians and vegans. Now, nutritional yeast is commonly fortified with additional vitamins and minerals like folic acid. Other types of yeast are inedible, like candidas. Look at this. Other types of yeast are inedible, like Candida albicans, the fungus that causes whoa. Candida is a type of yeast that normally lives in small amounts in places like your mouth and belly button. I just wonder, maybe I'm missing something here, but it just seems like there's some connection here that's with Candida and these different yeasts. I could be wrong, though. I don't want to say 100%, but based on just this information I'm seeing, there's something there. But I don't know if I'll figure it out. the yeast that causes infections isn't present. Well, because what happens is, what is yeast, people? Just, oh my gosh. You guys ever thought about this? It's a single cell microorganism classified as members of the fungus kingdom. Classified. You got to remember that word classified when we discuss this. Like before, all of these things were classified as parasites, infection, and now it's classified as all these different diseases, cancers, this and that. In the fungus kingdom, the first yeast originated hundreds of millions of years ago, or at least 150 species are currently recognized. They're estimated to constitute 1% of all described fungal species. And so when you're dealing with fungus, that's a whole nother ball game too. And I think with certain environments, like if I have a fungus and then it gets into my stomach, with that environment, different elements and maybe chemicals and stuff and different things, it becomes an incubation zone. And now that fungus or whatever it might be now turns into something else. And we see this outside in our lives. We see things sitting out, whatever, and then it turns into like bugs or crazy stuff. What do we think's happening in our bodies? Some yeast species have the ability to develop multicellular characteristics by forming strings of connected budding cells known as whatever that is. This looks just like candida as well. You know, a little bit. They quickly evolve into a multicellular cluster with typically measuring 3 to 4 whatever in diameter and grow up. Blah, blah, blah. Most yeast reproduce asexually by mitosis. And many blah blah blah. With their single-celled growth habit, yeast can be contrasted with molds, which grow. This looks just like candida. Fungal species that can take both forms depending on the temperature of the candida are called. So these different fungi, I mean, they've been playing a lot with these, doing all types of experiments. And I believe that some of these fungi become shape-shifting parasites and stuff like that, you know? We shouldn't be eating, like, what do they use this for? The form of both mold and yeast. This is usually brought by change in temperature. There you go. And the fungi are also described as thermally. Fungi example is blah, blah, blah. So the change in temperature, now it turns into that. So, like I said, they're shapeshifters. Let me do a Control F search here for parasites. Let's see the word parasites anywhere in here. Okay, it's in here 4 times. An Indian study of a bee species of 9 plant, blah, blah, blah. A black yeast has been recorded as a partner in a complex relationship between ants and their mutualistic fungus, a fungal parasite of the fungus and the bacterium that kills the parasite. A fungal parasite of the fungus. The yeast has a negative effect on the bacteria that normally produces antibiotics to kill the parasite. So many affect the ant's health by allowing the parasite to spread. Whoa. So hold on, let me understand this. A black yeast, black fungi, slow growing mycorrhizal fungi which produce mostly asexually. as a partner in a complex relationship between ants, their multilistic fungus, and fungal parasite of the fungus. In return, that kills the parasite. The yeast has a negative effect on the bacteria that normally produces antibiotics to kill the parasite. So the yeast has a negative effect on the bacteria that normally produce antibiotics to kill the parasite. So that's why when you do research on this and they do candida and parasites side by side, they almost work together in this. And this is an example of that with the black yeast allowing the parasite to spread. So in the yeast Wikipedia page, that's all that they mention with parasites right here. But we are more looking into candidas. Certain strains of some species of yeast produce proteins called yeast killer toxins that allow them to eliminate strains, blah, blah, blah. I don't want to get too much more into this. It's a lot for my brain. But I'm definitely have way more of an understanding of yeast now. And I believe that they told on themselves, in my opinion, when they say nutritional yeast. And look at this. See, when you search different stuff different ways. So is candida a parasite? Yes, it is. And then you'll do a search and then it'll say, no, it isn't. It's like this AI. And look at what the AI said, people. I apologize in my previous response. Caused any offense. I appreciate your feedback. I will strive to improve. Have a great day. When it told me I'm not responding to your question when I asked it about the ticks. Look at it just told me I apologize. The AI. Let's go into the chat for a little bit because this is too much. General Sorrow. What's up, John Voyage? Most traditional breads throughout the world are actually flatbreads, unleavened. The West is where all breads seem risen. There's definitely a huge connection with this, I believe. Let me do one more search here. Yeah, it's hard to find. Let's go back to this Wikipedia page one more time. Yeah, it's pretty overwhelming. Oh, here's a picture. Let's see this. Remember, we're looking at the pictures of the different yeasts and stuff. And it was the exact same deal, but it didn't look as And I'm not a scientist or anything. I'm just learning. So anything that I throw out is just theories and thoughts, but I don't know what I'm talking about. That's the only picture they have, huh? So again, you can watch them studying these different parasites and candida, and then they'll form like this big ball. They'll like come together and then they'll turn into a ball, and they'll look even like cancer sometimes, or like a virus or something. And what the parasites or candida did was come together and just formed like this blob, which can be misdiagnosed. So they're so smart, very intelligent. So this is nutritional yeast. I've never seen yeast like every yeast I see is either dry or live active yeast. I've never looked like that. That's like cornflakes or something. So all they want to say is that this yeast doesn't cause candida or the spread. So what is the cause? I don't think that that's supposed to be there. So when we say, where does candida come from? It's a type of fungus that is normally found on skin and inside the body, such as the mouth, throat, gut, and vagina, causing problems. Candida fungi thrive and grow on warm, moist areas and cause infections in humans and other animals. Candida skin infections can occur. So it's a fungus that is normally found on the skin and inside the body, such as the mouth, throat. So we see that. There's no way that that's supposed to be there. So where does it come from? See how they don't. Let's see what CDC says here. So you ask, where does candida come from? And then they're going to say, oh, where does invasive candidas come from? See, just like they say, oh, it doesn't come from nutritional yeast. Well, there's 8 different yeasts. Actually, there's more than 8. So what about the other yeast? Candida, the fungus that causes invasive candida. So there's no way to know this, people. This is all theories. We will never know what's going on here, because there's no way. They haven't even been looking into it. I mean, I'm asking basic questions, and it's giving me this big range in little word salads. Can enter the bloodstream or internal organs and cause invasive candidas. That's the ones that are parasites at that point. So it enters the bloodstream or internal organs. This can happen when the central nervous system catheter is inserted and left in place for a long time during surgery, and when the immune system is weakened during chemotherapy. Healthcare workers can carry candida on their hands. A few outbreaks have been linked to healthcare workers' hands. There are hundreds of species of candida, but only a few are known to cause infections. The most common species are these ones. And I forgot which one, but some of these are labeled as parasites. And you know what, people? Check this out, because we're not going to be here much longer, because this is overwhelming. I wonder if they show pictures of this here. You know remember the hydras? Hold on. Hydras. And what I'll do, people, is on my channel, I have all my playlists private. But since the videos aren't playing, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my playlist. Hold on here. I'm going to go to my playlist right now. And there's a playlist called Parasites. And it has all these videos here and different ones. And it has under our skin here on the bottom. There's 24 videos here. And I'll make it unprivate. How do I do that? Oh, here we go. So I'll make this playlist public. So it's public right now. So a lot of these videos we're going to get to, but I'm not going to be able to because they're not playing. There's these ones that's really good. So wait, hold on. Before we're going to come back to the hydras, because there's something there for sure. I have so many tabs open. Let me get rid of these. Okay. I have a lot of stuff open. During my parasite investigation, I completely forgot about these Hydra things. And then getting back to mythology and all this stuff, there's something linked with the parasites, I believe. You can imagine what I'm talking about. Now, this is also in that playlist. Video proof cancer is caused by parasites, microparasites in the beginning. And other ones too. Usually microparasites go in the bloodstream, end up somewhere. And with this video, he has a part 1 and a part 2. So in that playlist, you can see, if you look into the description here, yeah, see? This video here is called Cancer is Caused by Parasites. If you go into the description, it will show part 1 of this right here. An in-depth scientific information proving this. And so this is part 2, where they go under the microscope and prove that the cancers, according to them, I don't know, are parasites. And going to these different, see, I haven't even watched this one yet. These different studies and stuff going on decades ago, where they were putting these things on with actual pictures of these, with proof saying and classifying them as parasites. And then they went in and they didn't run with that. You know, they ran with their other agenda. But I haven't even watched this yet. Let's give it a shot for a second.
Proof that
I don't like his
cancer
voice.
indeed is a microparasitical infection and that mainstream cancer research has not recognized it yet as such. And this theory was put forward by Dr. Weber and some other scientists from the Max von Pettenkofer Institute, a very renowned institute in Munich, Germany, and unfortunately has not gained much traction despite the proof that you're gonna see in this video. So without further ado, let's watch the video and what those scientists have observed, and you can see for yourself and make up your own opinion and mind. And then afterwards, we're gonna talk about some implications of that proof and some.
Oh, real quick. So that's what I want to get to next, because we're dealing with these hydras and all this Greek mythology and stuff. And I remember a long time ago getting into different stuff and watch people break this down to make the connection to parasites, how which was a many-headed beast of myth defeated by Hercules. I believe a lot of these myths and stuff, they might be referring to these parasites, people. You know? There's a lot of myths. I've seen someone make this connection with parasites. You know? With a lot of these myths and the hydras and these demons and monsters and dragons. And we see the images of these guys under a microscope. They look like monsters and dragons. And then we see these different, whatchamacallits, talking about killing dragons and stuff like that. You know what I mean? I have so many. I got to get rid of some of these tabs. It's too much. Let's go back here. So this is on YouTube. So 157,000 views. This is from 6 years ago now.
Some consequences that we can draw from it and how we should behave and how we should treat cancer patients therefore. So without further ado, let's dive right into the video proof of cancer as a parasitical infection. Let's go more than 30 years back in time. At the renowned Pettenkofer Institute in Munich, Germany, 3 German medical doctors, Dr. Übing, Schiertz and Dr. Winter, were busy studying strange objects in human blood. They published their results in the renowned scientific journal Ärztliche Praxis under the title Unusual Corpuscular Elements in Blood.
Look at that. People want proof? Well, according to this is images of people on blood with microparasites and them trying to let the medical association know what was going on and what these things were. And they didn't want to listen. Like, wow, they figured it out. This is so interesting. We're going to come back to that. In Greek mythology, the Hydra was a monstrous water serpent that lived in a swamp and terrorized nearby residents. People, they're referring to the fucking parasites, I swear. Hercules sliced off the Hydra's multiple heads. 2 more heads grew back in its place. Counterintuitive result, when the action taken to reduce the problem actually multiplies it, is known as the Hydra effect. And that sounds a lot like what we're learning about parasites and how they operate. Just like these hydras and these different mythologies with these different gods they had us worship and them defeating these water serpents. Terrorizing residents. Interesting.
Journal Ärztliche Praxis under the title Unusual Corpuscular Elements in Blood.
Let's turn the quality up.
Here's what the article read. When counting red blood cells in human blood that has been thinned with saline solution, we can often detect corpuscles, which cannot be categorized as blood cells. Those are oval or grape-shaped particles with a length of 2 to 3,000 millimeters. We can observe those corpuscles in an astonishingly wide range of patients. We have also observed that those small oval forms can penetrate into red blood cells, which leads to a change in shape of the blood cells and the excretion of round objects after a certain amount of time. Research has also shown that the described objects are most probably cells of a parasitical nature. Blood infection according to Dr. Weber. Another medical doctor of that era, Dr. Alphonse Weber, conducted similar experiments since the early 60s and realized before the doctors of the Max von Pettenkofer Institute that the agile corpuscles were the cause of the blood infection. He filmed the experiment in the 60s to 80s and created thereby unique evidence. The microparasites described by Dr. Weber that you can see here can be found in the tissue of all cancer patients. Some examples. Here you can see a blood sample.
I haven't even watched this one yet. We'll watch a little bit of it. Look at this, people.
He filmed the experiment in the 60s to 80s and created thereby unique evidence. The microparasites described by Dr. Weber that you can see here can be found in the tissue of all cancer patients. Some examples. Here you can see a blood sample that has been dried over a flame. The patient suffers from leukemia.
Wow. And they've got nowhere with cancer, people. This is a huge fucking wow.
Here you see the blood sample of a patient suffering from liver cancer. Here the blood of a patient with bladder cancer. And this is tissue from the bladder carcinoma. You can clearly see the lively movements of the microbes. Here the diagnosis is that of lymph node metastasis. This is an almost mature gamete. He can be found in the space between the cells.
Wow.
And here a blood sample after mammal surgery. You can see a dying leukocyte. Patient is suffering from breast cancer. Diagnosis: cell complex of an uterus tumor. This is the blood of a patient suffering from a lip carcinoma. And here cells of a lung carcinoma. In the lower left part you can clearly see red blood cells in whose innards there are lively
Mind blowing. What's up, bro?
microparasites.
What's up, Gage?
Yeah, what's up, man? What we're looking into here? We have like some German guy telling us about how we're gonna get fucked with the microbiome.
I'm not looking for any I'm not looking to play around. I'm just taking this very seriously.
You think these things are like a projection of the mind in a way also? Like you have to give them
No,
power.
I'm not with that anymore. I'm not gonna say all these innocent people are manifesting fucking these parasites and cancer from these evil parasites, dude. I'm not
That's
with
a
that
weird,
shit.
yeah. So they're using like
No.
a method, right? Like a method. It says like a tool in order to.
Everyone's just doing it to themselves. I'm not with that. You can have that opinion, but I'm not gonna
No, that's
support it
not what I'm
or
saying. That's not what I'm saying though. But I'm saying like, yeah, you
so
can do it in a
all the
malicious manner.
over at the cancer hospital down the street or all over the world, all those kids manifested that cancer and those parasites. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, then thank you.
No.
Then that makes my point. Because I'm like taking this seriously. This shit's pissing me off. So I don't want people to come around. And I used to think that way about the manifestation. I have a whole totally different outlook now. I think some people are, but this is their manifestation on us. Don't you get how it works? It's not just we manifest everything, even the bad stuff. They're also manifesting, and us not tapping into certain things as well. Now we're becoming victims of it. But now we're dealing with children and things like that, dealing with this stuff. I think it's almost criminal to say that they're manifesting that on themselves.
Well, like the main point is like what I was trying to say is that it's like a program, you know, either way.
Everything's
So yeah,
a program.
it can manifest physically like that, but either way.
I understand that like certain mental things can manifest this or things, and things that you do in your ways of mental things can manifest things, right? I get that. So if I have depression and I'm depressed, right? Because let's say someone I love died. Now, because I'm in this mental state, I'm manifesting some horrible disease like leukemia on myself. See, I'm not with that shit anymore, bro. Honestly, like what type of shit is that? So I'm depressed because someone I love died. So now I'm going to get cancer or leukemia. You see what I'm saying, dude? Do you see how that's pretty twisted? Can be, at least.
Yeah, I see what you mean, but like, yeah, there may be like, maybe this is how these parasites are. Like, I think it's more. It starts mentally. Then you got physical shit after, right? So as a program, even if thinking somebody died, no one really dies actually. You know, and then all this stress and all these different things in the individual's life. You know what I mean? So it's
Well,
creating
the person, their body died, but obviously most of us know that they go on and will be connecting again. So like I get that, but still,
No, but not even that. I'm saying in general with all like, you know, I know what you're talking about. People.
No, but there's a lot of people even around here.
But these things, if you think about these things, will only take a willing host. If the host, it's the same way the thing goes into it.
Okay, obviously your body has to be accepting and not fight all this and all that happens, but it's not that simple to me. It's way more complicated. You know what I mean? Because I could break down so many things that happens to innocent people, and I could prove that whole theory wrong. That the manifestation works both ways. It works for the
maybe that's an illusion to fuck with you.
The evil manifests, and the good manifests.
Mm-hmm.
But you're not invincible if you're all tapped into that. You know what I mean? So.
But it's like, at the same time, we can't be afraid or be disempowered because of these things, right? We have
Okay, and this isn't about being afraid or pushing fear. This is about awareness. Awareness of this is the only way to begin with this.
So once you're aware of it, it has no effect on you. You know, that's the point.
That's the whole point.
Yeah,
to make people aware. It's a domino effect. We need to be aware of this. That's where the journey begins. But it's not just, oh, awareness and now you're invincible. You're never going to get these things. I guarantee you're loaded with these too. We all are. They'll put all of our blood underneath the microscope. We all have these things within us, micro parasites that will turn into cancer at some point.
They're going to study my fucking bones when I die.
Okay. Cool. I'm not going to get into this conversation. I'm trying to be serious.
You're going to study my bones and my fucking DNA.
Okay, cool.
Here, a tumor cell from a bladder carcinoma. You can clearly see the vacuoles. String-shaped structures.
It's an important topic. Dig deeper into it. What's the solution? Thank you for having me. I'll be back. I'm looking for the solution.
We've been talking a lot about, I've been here for 7 hours talking about solutions. Come back, dude.
I would deal
I'm not trying to get in this conversation. Much love.
Microbes in all of them. There is no tumor tissue without these microbes. There is no blood of a cancer patient without those microparasites. The microparasites that have not yet been acknowledged by mainstream medicine as the cause of cancer have been comprehensively shown by Dr. Weber. They belong to two species. A. String-shaped, grown up. Their length is 2 times that of a red blood cell. B. Stick-shaped. This is the most commonly found shape. The length of this gamete is about the diameter of a red blood cell. The youth form of both species are round or oval-shaped. In normal blood tests, those parasites normally remain undetected, as they are hiding inside of the red blood cells. They are perfectly camouflaged by the exterior.
Wowzers. The hydras specifically don't maybe harm humans, but I'm referring to like the mythology. We'll be getting into it on another time. I'm not really in the mood for that one. This video right here, people, is groundbreaking information to share with everybody. The one I'm showing, I'm putting in the chat. It's also in, are we still live on my main channel? Okay, there's the video. Okay. All right.
Of the blood cell. The inner of the blood cell also offers plenty of food in the shape of oxygen and hemoglobin. The parasite enters as a so-called merocyte. the youth form into the cell and fattens up and grows to its full size. Two gametes inside of the blood cell can be seen here. When the cell has been eaten empty, the sexually mature gamete leaves the cell and looks for a partner to exchange DNA with.
Wow.
Let's have a closer look at the parasites. We can see the stick-shaped A and the string-shaped microbes. Both species start off as tiny oocytes or merocytes. The youth form is called a trophocyte, which grows up to become a sexually mature gamete.
It's like, you know, we all have our role to play in this war. And so these you know, like the little preachers in war that just walk around and like give positive talks to the soldiers and stuff. They come around to the infantrymen like while we're fighting a battle and say, and want us to be just like them and have their same mentality. Go over there and fucking walk around and fucking go in the woods and fucking hibernate there. Okay? I'm trying to make people aware of this shit. So I have my role to play. You go play your role and get the fuck out of my way. And don't come back. So show some fucking respect, Cage. I don't want to see you around here. Anybody else that's going to go to this manifestation bullshit. Oh, what are you going to do now? All right? I'm not going to play these fucking games with you clowns.
A gamete can be seen here inside of a red blood cell. It excretes one merocyte after the other into the blood plasma. And here you see the string shape type B. Stick and string shape start off as so-called merocytes or oocytes. Here the trophocyte of the string shape type. This is the mature string-shaped parasite, a so-called gamete. When endangered, the gamete splits up in its survival form, merocytes. Here you can see this division of the microbe as a pearl-like chain. In this way,
Where the fuck did these things come from, dude? This is the fucking... Oh my god.
This gamete becomes again small merocytes, whereby
We won't have
each
much
of
more of
those
this.
is the youth form of a gamete again. The legend for the following animation is as follows. Venous gas is depicted in blue, arterial gas in red, parasites are yellow, and the vacuole is a dark red. Here you see the mother cell with its cell membrane, the nucleus, and the cell plasma. The dots are depicted in the correct size relationship to the mother cell. The infection is first contained to the blood and lymphatic vessel system. Here we see a blood vessel with its walls and pores through which gases can be exchanged. It is surrounded by the connective tissue. Even though the blood vessels have pores, they only allow for fluids and dissolved matter to pass through. Even the youth form of the parasite is just too big to pass through. That means that a person is infected by those parasites but not ill yet. The defense cells of the immune system keep the number of parasites in check. Here you can see such a police cell of the immune system. You can clearly observe the so-called pseudopodia, the tentacles that are covered in sticky slime with which the leukocyte catches intruders.
Been fucking talking about fucking solutions for fucking hours. Been doing fucking dozens of hours, hundreds of hours of research on this. This motherfucker just hops in here and fucking says that shit, dude. Get the fuck out. I'm unsubscribing from all these fucking channels, guys. Honestly, I don't want connections with none of these people. I really don't. I'm done. I'm doing that tonight. I'm subscribed to way too many channels.
The cold microbes are then being transported into the innards of the cell and are thereby neutralized. It buzzes like a swarm of hornets in there, as you can see. If everything works as planned, this cell arrives at the liver with its prisoners, where it is chemically destroyed by huge eating cells, called macrophages, as can be seen in the animation.
Wow.
How big the burden of the infected blood cells become in the end can be seen here. Dr. Weber has added a chemical to the blood sample called peltari. The leukocyte tries to defend itself against this poison by creating an immense...
I swear, even some of these so-called energy work people, and people that have this type of mentality, like, oh, you're just inviting, these things in and stuff like that. They're all drone robots, honestly. And they have the same thing, say the same thing over and over again. They're no different, people, honestly. And they act like they're so great and perfect, and they have this perfect mentality. Everyone needs to be just like me, and the world will be just fine. Right. I'm glad I'm not like you.
In a pressure so that it becomes a fully blown up balloon. We can clearly see the microbes caught in his innards. In the end, the cell membrane cannot cope anymore with the double strain of inner pressure and poison from the outside and bursts. And now you can see the dense cloud of microbes that swarm out. They sense a second chance and flee in all directions away from their prison. New gametes are formed. Cancer according to Dr. Weber. Dr. Weber further inquired what would happen if the permeability of the blood vessels would change due to poisoning, radiation, or other stress factors. Wouldn't the result be that parasites can now break out of the blood vessel into the nourishing connective tissue?
While their loved ones probably have cancer or have had cancer or are dealing with this, getting radiation shit, and they just think that, well, it's your fault. Disgusting pigs, get out of my life. You know? And look at that. Now, when someone has the cancer, we see what these do. And then we see that that's very interesting.
Dr. Weber. Dr. Weber further inquired what would happen if the permeability of the blood vessels would change due to poisoning, radiation, or other stress factors.
Then the parasite eggs get out.
Wouldn't the result be that parasites can now break out of the blood vessel into the nourishing connective tissue? The yellow dots represent parasites in this animation. In reality, they measure only a thousandth of a millimeter or even less. Through damaged areas of the capillaries, they can now enter into the surrounding tissue. We can see here the loops of the capillary vessels. Each human being has a network of capillary vessels that measure many thousands of kilometers in length. In this animation, we look at only a fraction of a millimeter. The red blood cells are loaded up with glucose and oxygen, seen here in red, the arterial tract. This load is released into the connective tissue, and afterwards the cell loads up with used up substances, seen here in blue, the veins. The connective tissue is kind of a cache. It is adjoined to the basal membrane, and this is a layer of agarophile grid-like fibers on which the mother cells rest. They are surrounded in turn by the intracellular stream. Through this, the supply and disposal of food and waste products of the mother cell takes place. What happens when the parasites can follow the enticing trace of oxygen and nutrients to the mother cells? They first need the permeability of damaged capillaries, damaged connective tissue, then they can reach the basal membrane. This becomes easier the more damaged those areas are through viruses, radiation, poisons, etc. A microbe has reached the mother cell here and got stuck to it. It is caught. Here we see the inner part of the mother cell. We can observe the nucleus in the center, which is surrounded by the fluid called cell plasma. The cell membrane brings the caught microbe to the inside of the cell and wraps it with a so-called vacuole. As more and more parasites arrive in the intracellular stream, the mother cell has to keep on catching microbes. The first caught microbes can be wrapped in digestive vacuoles without a problem by the mother cell.
Fuck is going on?
Its ability to perform this task is, however, exhausted after a certain number of parasites. The cell can still catch the parasites, but it is no longer able to vacuolize them, and she becomes sick. The cell needs to keep on feeding those, so more and more parasites enter the cell and accumulate without being vacuolized inside of the cell. The protein-splitting enzymes increasingly poison the mother cell. Only two options remain now for the mother cell. First, she tries to neutralize the poisonous microbes and dies afterwards, or secondly, she splits into two, thereby halving the number of parasites in each cell. She proliferates. And here we see the result of this second option. Out of one heavily infected cell, we get two lightly infected ones. Bursting leukocytes can be seen here. According to Dr. Weber, the lively corpuscles that you can see streaming out of the cell after it has burst are microbes that swim around in the blood plasma. Oncological knowledge. Other corpuscles, which you can see here, the imagination of the researchers of the Max van Pettenkofer Institute or the fantasy of Dr. Weber. Today, not even mainstream cancer research denies their existence. However, they are called differently. What Dr. Weber calls, for example, a gamete, the mainstream cancer researchers call cell-intrinsic organelles. And what Dr. Weber calls the youth form, the mainstream calls apoptotic vesicles. Active movement. We can see here moving corpuscles inside of an immune cell. The mainstream cancer research believes those are the organelles of the cell and they move because this is part of the life process of the cell itself. Let's accept this theory for a moment. That would mean that if the cell dies, the organelles have to die as well. But exactly that does not happen. We let the cell burst. She's dead now. The supposed organelles would have to be dead as well. But the opposite happens. The corpuscles now jump to life even more, and they even thrive. We can see how they swim lively and very actively in all directions away from the cell. Let's have a closer look.
And again, I don't think we covered it on this one, but when you search, is cancer a parasite? Or I did this on one of the short videos, I think. I did it recently on this channel. Cancer is not a parasite, but it can be caused by parasitic organisms that infect the host and induce abnormal cell growth. And so they're saying that it is. You know what I'm saying? See how they play the little word salad games? Just like these clowns and this clown that just came up here. Because they don't want to face the disgusting truth. Not to be in fear and the fear monger. To face these fucking parasites head on and make people aware. Come on now.
Look at this. We can clearly see a flow direction in this image from the top right to the bottom left. This movement is an evaporation wave. In and with it, all the components of the preparation flow passively in the same direction. Right here, an immune cell has burst. Its content is set free. The supposed cell organelles spread in all directions. We can see this clearly. Some of them swim actively against the flow of the current, and there is only one explanation for that. They are individual life forms with astonishing energy reserves, by the way. That cell material could not behave like this. And now a nice example. Here we see a theropocyte, the youth form of a gamete, which has been caught. The vacuole receives the parasite, and we can clearly see its attempts to escape. We see the active movements of a life form. The assumption that this microbe is part of a dead cell is absurd. The parasitical microbes eat erythrocytes, red blood cells.
Later, bro.
Here we see a swarm of microbes. They have started eating up the hemoglobin of the cells. Now they have already eaten up half of the erythrocyte, and here only the empty membrane of the cell has been left over. The parasites have swarmed out and searched for new victims. The empty shell is the proof that the hemoglobin has been eaten up, meaning that the corpuscles have a metabolism. But even the grown-up parasites have a healthy appetite, as we can see. Here we see parasitical string-shaped microbes, and here we see stick-shaped ones in an emptied membrane of a red blood cell. Here we can see a stick-form parasite eating away at an erythrocyte. And here a string-shaped form pulls an erythrocyte behind it. A good example for active movement capabilities. The parasites eat, that's very clear. The damages to the blood tissue and the increase in number of the corpuscles is proportional. Blood tissue becomes corpuscle tissue. Multiplication. Like most single-cell organisms, the corpuscles can either proliferate through cell division or sexual interaction. Here we can see conjugating gametes which press against each other tightly. This leads to oocytes developing from the fertilized gametes. This proliferation is difficult to detect under a light microscope. Easier to see is the cell division process. This takes place especially when the gamete is endangered, for example, when it is being radiated or poisoned. This is comparable to a ship sinking and everybody reaching for the lifeboats. The microbe packs its genetic material into many small,
It's like a time bomb within all of us. Because I believe the human bodies are meant to live a lot longer. It's made capable of so much more, and they've created this cycle with us. Each age, they create a cycle with the avatar, a specific cycle for their time, for their timelines, and these are playing a big role in it. So, this microscopic stuff written within our DNA or something. So it just might be an automatic thing. We all have these, but this is microscopic. So for most people, it's not going to be for 70, 80 years, 100 years to where, you know, it operates on many levels, not with just parasites, but other things that give the body a specific timeline max and creates the, I don't know the science of it, but you guys might catch what I'm trying to say. As time goes on, I'll really be able to break this down and understand it to where I could really break it all down. But this video right here is the most important one. And you notice this one actually is not buffering out of all the videos, which is good. There's only 7 minutes left, so we might as well play this one out.
resistant entities called the parasites. Some gametes are not panicking. This one here takes its good time and releases piece by piece parasites into the blood plasma. Let's hear what Dr. Weber had to say about this. Now we see how the cell material is being constricted while it fidgets around and stretches very clearly visible here. Now it is finally free and swims at the 1 o'clock position away while the other one continues its task while remaining docked to the erythrocyte. I hope this is enough to convince you of what we wanted to illustrate here. A confusion with cell-owned organelles is a pure joke. This statement is made by somebody who has no clue of video microscopy.
Wow, that's crazy.
Now it is finally free and swims at the 1 o'clock position away while the other one continues its task.
Oh, thank you, Carmen. That is a good one. I got to add that to my list for the heavy metal detox. That's another one I did hear about iodine, and I need to get to the science of that to know. 5%. Very interesting. Thank you. I add that to the list too. I don't know, but this is the core of their system, people. You know? I think the awareness of this is very important. And people can look the other way, fine, that's fine, but I'm not, and I can't, and I won't, so. This is groundbreaking information.
While remaining docked to convince you of what we wanted to illustrate here. A confusion with cell-owned organelles is a pure joke. This statement can only be made by somebody who has no clue of video microscopy. Experiment A. Thick drop of blood, temperature 37 degrees Celsius.
My bad. They said misdiagnosis is the big. I don't know how long I was muted. 800,000 Americans, and this is just on record, die or become permanently disabled due to misdiagnosis. And so the blood diagnostics is way, way horrible because they should be able to, they can see so much more going on.
We take a blood sample from the patient and follow Dr. Weber's instructions to prove his theory.
Interesting.
With the capillary blood, we prepare a native blood spread. We pass the sample through the flame 3 to 4 times. The temperature reaches 140 to 160 degrees Celsius. The blood cells are now cooked and totally dried up. They are definitely dead with all of the existing organelles and vesicles. Then leave the sample to cool down to body temperature. We now use a sterile 1 ml syringe and fill it with 0.3 ml of natrium citrate solution, Fresenius, and 0.7 ml of sterile Ringer solution, Fresenius. We mix the contents of the syringe well by shaking it. We now drip a bigger drop of this solution onto our sample and cover our sample afterwards. We look at the sample through the microscope in an oil emulsion at an aperture of 2 to 2.5. The destroyed blood cells can be seen very nicely without any movement. After a short period of time, something starts to happen, however. The parasites inside of the dead blood cells come back to life. We can see them swimming around vividly and very actively. They are self-sufficient life forms and not apoptotic bodies. All human cell material is 100% dead in this sample. Experiment B is the same procedure as with A, but this time we use a very thin blood spread. Dr. Weber claims that so-called apoptotic bodies are independent life forms. To prove this, we destroy freshly taken blood by heating it up to 140 to 160 degrees Celsius again. But the parasitical microbes prove to be almost indestructible. Despite the heat, they remained unharmed and very alive, as you can see. Under the microscope, we can observe similar results to the ones in experiment A. We can see again the remains of the dead red blood cells and no movement. After the application of the Ringer solution, we can see again parasitical microbes that are clearly independent life forms. Amazing imagery, isn't it? And if that doesn't convince you that cancer really is a microparasitical infection, then I don't know what else will. Maybe that you replicate those experiments shown at the end of the video by yourself. It's very easy, as you have seen. You also don't need high-end special equipment, a dark field microscope with 500 times magnification, or light microscope with 1000-fold magnification is sufficient. Just follow the instructions.
We all have those microparasites in us. Dr. Weber's experiments can easily be replicated by you. You can track the success of your chosen cancer therapy by performing these blood analyses shown in the video regularly. We can maintain our organism in a balanced, healthy state. The parasites are kept in check and cancer is avoidable. So get out of here with what is your solution bullshit. We're all about the solution, but we got to recognize the problem first. Not walk around and repeat ourselves and cycle. We can help our organism remain healthy by avoiding burdens such as stress, poisons, EMF radiation, and the regular intake of natural supplements and healthy food. Oh, and the regular. Whoever made this video, this guy, so much respect for that. What a groundbreaking video. And so he has products here. This is someone I'd want to buy products from. Let's check out his website real quick, and we won't be here much longer. And the best thing to do is to not be fearful and angry and, you know, things like that. I do get upset, but I correct myself pretty quick. But I'm not trying to get people all riled up like that. It's strictly awareness. Makeup, fragrance, all brands. What is this? Cosmetics? The fuck? It's cosmetics? Hold on a minute. Peptides? See, when you click on these websites, they all say low trusted websites. Interesting. So anyways, that video's in the description of this video. And everyone can see here that in this video here we're on. If you go in the description down here, you'll see the master cleanse and a bunch of the videos we played and some links. And on the bottom it says, oh, I have to put this one in there. This one is, I'm going to call it cancer caused by microparasites. Okay, so there's that one. And again, for anybody else, in the description of that video is the part 1 of this, which we're not going to watch right now, but it's right here. This one's an hour long. Cancer is a microparasitical infection and we all have it. And he really breaks down the science just like he did there. Usually in a lot of older texts and things like that, when they're really studying this and really breaking it down, it's really hard to watch this video though. So it might be best if you're going to just like turn the sound off and read it yourself. Because his voice, something about it, that other video was easier. And they talk about a lot of censored stuff. Whoa, look at this. And I only got through like 15 minutes of it. But it said something here. Let's see. This is like, I think this was it. No, that's not it. I won't be able to find it. I think it was here. Let's see this one. Microparasites asexually multiply and release high probability genetic information which can survive in the blood plasma for outside the host body in the dust for years. Look at that, people. Damn. From there, through inhalation, ingestion, or injuries, the microparasite genetic material protected by a hazard capsule penetrates the new host, triggering an infectious disease. This is how a flu, Ebola, HIV, hantavirus, tinnitus epidemic starts. This hypothesis was extensively documented, live filmed, and experimentally proven, and other microbiologists and doctors. One of the microparasites infections carriers are the meat and bone meal used in cattle fodder and thus present in any cattle or poultry meat. For decades, the meat from cattle, and remember, he heated those blood things up. I eat meat. I'm not the best eater, for the record. So I'm not innocent in this at all, or I'm not trying to tell people how to eat or what to do, or you should be vegan or none of that. I'm not saying that. But remember, they heated up that thing to 140 degrees, remember? And then all the microparasites came out. It started being super active. So even if we cook these things, even when they said it's got to be fully cooked, that's not the case, people. Is severely infected with microparasites resulted from this genetic material. Viruses treated with tons of antibiotics. And they're treated with antibiotics, yeah. Is surviving heat, cold, chemicals. So they're surviving heat, cold, chemicals. They are the primary and the oldest life form on this planet, and their adaptation capabilities are better than yours. Poultry excrements. Ah, interesting. Well, in that case, I guess my final thoughts on this are going to be, I don't know what to think about this. Today we have 500,000 magnifying electronic microscopes. In spite of these magnificent tools, viruses were never really characterized, measured, or separated. Those pictures you see many times showing you Ebola virus, HIV virus, hepatitis B or C, etc. are simply pictograms. Think about that, people. We have 500,000 magnifying electronic microscopes. In spite of the tools we have, viruses were never really characterized, measured, or separated. The pictures that we see many times showing Ebola virus, HIV virus, hepatitis B and C, etc. are simply pictograms. This is purely a virus hoax with a lot of money involved to blah, 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 and develop antibiotics against life and the industry. Viruses are actually only tiny protein fragments resulted from the asexual microparasites or bacteria proliferation. Viruses are a place of dead flesh. Viruses that they're pointing out is the dead flesh from the parasites. There you go. Mind-blowing. So this is his video, not mine, but I give him much respect for doing this. So in this video, we will try to answer the question. This is the video we didn't show. By looking at the mainstream cancer development theories, as well as a scientifically well-documented alternative one, which might lead us to better and more accurate understanding on how we develop cancer. In the second part of the video, we focus on natural holistic healing, solutions for cancer that really work. So this is good. So in the second half of this video, he goes through cancer remedies that really work. So this might be a good thing for people to check out. I'm probably not gonna. I didn't realize it was this big of a deal, these parasites, but I knew something. Vivid artemisinin extract is very effective to treat parasitic diseases such as malaria, toxoplasmosis, Lyme disease, and co-infections, as well as over 50 types of cancer. People, if you're still interested in continuing this, let's see here. To have an understanding, because someone might have some loved ones that might help them. But this playlist is public right now on my channel. And the bottom one, under our skin right here. Check this documentary out. Watch that shit. And then, you know, I'm gonna get to a point real soon where, just like any other topic, I'm probably gonna drop it like it's hot, you know? Because at this point we're kind of getting to the bottom of this whole thing. And then we're just gonna be reminding each other of it. So that's the difference between me and them. I'm about to get to the bottom of this. And once I do and have a full understanding, then I keep that awareness and try to give it to people when the opportunity arises. And if it doesn't, it doesn't. I'm not going to cram it down people's throats. And then I'm going to move on to the next thing. You know? Everyone else is just still reminding themselves of this. That would be like me doing this parasite stream. And then I do the same stream talking about the same thing for the next 5 years. Imagine that. That would be at some point like, all right, dude, because you see YouTube's doing crazy shit again. They've changed their algorithms again, stuff like that. There's a lot of channels I follow, like music channels that do beats that I really like, and like these guys would get 50,000, 100,000 views of a song, and they have like 150,000 subscribers. All of a sudden, a bunch of channels I follow, they get maybe 900 views, 127,000 subscribers, a very well-known music people that's had their channel for a long time. So all these channels are all of a sudden not getting, so I'm just saying, like, we're just going to be speaking to each other, reminding ourselves of this. So at some point, you know, it's just like we're just going in circles. So sometimes I think parasite doesn't exist. There is only deception. Deception is a parasite. Yeah, you have kind of a interesting point there. Let's pull this up to kind of end it. Let's see what this is about.
The Hydra of mythology emerges from the sea as a serpentine monster with many heads. The myth derives from ancient Greece, with the creature said to have a lair in the Lake of Lerna, a supposed entrance to the underworld.
And at the bottom of the playing card, it says, Hail Hydra. This evil Nazi group, get this, that was able to get an organism to be injected inside of a person. And it's the 6 model organisms because it's one of the keys that these people in human genomics and transhumanism really love. And the thing with this one is that it's immortal. It doesn't die.
Everything that lives must.
Oh my God. See what I'm saying? This is going to get us to some deep shit, people. And it's going to go back to these religious systems and this parasitic system at the top. That's what it all leads to. Wow.
And at the bottom of the playing card, it says, Hail Hydra. This evil Nazi group, get this, that was able to get an organism to be injected inside of a person. And it's the 6 model organisms because it's one of the keys that these people in human genomics and transhumanism really love. And the thing with this one is that it's immortal. It doesn't die.
Everything that lives must one day die, right? Well, maybe not everything. Consider the Hydra.
Hail Hydra! All right, put your arms down, Kaminsky. Look like a West Texas cheerleader at a pep rally.
It's named after a many-headed monster from Greek mythology. Chop off one head and 2 grow in its place. That myth isn't too far from the real Hydra's death-defying abilities. They're cousins to jellyfish. See the resemblance? But Hydra live in freshwater. Its body is a hollow column with walls only 2 cells thick.
Wait a minute, this movement seems to have life. Organic life.
Its head is just a bunch of tentacles surrounding a mouth. No eyes or brain. Microscopic harpoons hook the water flea, injecting it with paralyzing neurotoxins. Then, it's down the hatch. The Hydra uses those nutrients to make more Hydra. Check out this bud. It's a clone sprouting right from the Hydra's side.
I'm just taking over where God left off.
Hydra can reproduce sexually too.
Then you should clone yourself.
But most often, they just clone themselves.
So I can understand your unique perspective. No. So you can go fuck yourself.
Chip off the old block. Hydra are constantly regenerating their own bodies too, replacing all of their cells every 20 days. They can do that because roughly half of the cells in their bodies are stem cells, which can develop into all the different types of specialized cells you need to build or rebuild a body. Stem cells only make up a tiny percentage of our bodies, and our stem cells degrade over time. That's why we age. But a Hydra can make near perfect copies of its stem cells, basically forever. It's called non-senescence, biological immortality.
I cannot die.
Having all those stem cells allows Hydra to recover from all kinds of damage. All right, here we go. No body? Not to worry. No head? No problem. As long as the chopped off chunk has some stem cells, it's ready to regrow. In a couple days, the severed head has a new body. And the foot, it's got a brand new head. Soon, they'll both be as good as new. Except for maybe some lingering trust issues. This hydra is genetically engineered so that under ultraviolet light, its exterior cells glow purple and interior ones glow green. Scientists basically blend up a bunch of these hydra, leaving a heap of mixed up cells.
It can regenerate so well that if they put it in a blender, blend it up, then take all the pieces and put it back in a petri dish, it reassembles itself, but miniaturized.
Oh my God.
Right away, the cells start reorganizing. Those purple outer layer cells migrate out. The cells from the inside squirm back into the center. The hydra dumps cells from the interior to restore its hollow shape. The stem cells start dividing and differentiating to rebuild the rest of the animal. Soon a head starts to form. Sometimes a few little heads compete to be the new top. After a few tumultuous days, what was once a mixed up pile of cells takes on a familiar shape. Maybe this tiny monster will one day show us the way to the mythical fountain of youth.
The hydra of mythology emerged.
Oh, my bad. That's mind-blowing, bro. That deleted truth channel's badass. I saw him in a chat room recently. I forgot where it was. Wow, that guy's got a great channel. Everyone subscribe to this channel. It's great. I don't think he posts that much, but he's got some great videos here. Oh, he does post often, actually. Oh, he posts a lot. Okay. That was a weird interview right there. I watched some of that. Interesting. Yeah, this guy's got a great channel. How many videos does he have? 360 videos. Wow. I'm going to link this channel up to your... Wow, dude. So that's the kind of direction I wanted to head with this anyway. So that video was perfect. I think I posted the link in there. Okay, there we go. So that link's posted. So it's been a while and it's almost 6. So I might as well call it a day here. Let me see here. What else do I got here? Talked about that. I want to make sure whatever I have saved is saved. I learned a lot more than I knew too. A whole lot more. The yeast stuff was interesting. And these videos here were extremely groundbreaking. And then so I also have a different outlook on these, a little bit different. It's definitely shifted in a different way. So that's interesting. He had all these products here, but when you click on them, I'm not going to go crazy with buying all this stuff. I'm just going to do what I can and what I feel I need to do. And they all go to some cosmetic products, or the link isn't available. So this might be an old video. Yeah, 5, 6 years old. So Thanks, guys, that stuck around for this. I really appreciate it. And again, I'm not trying to push fear or nothing at all. I have less fear as I go. It's just I put it in the category of just awareness, you know? So, and I think that as truthers, as we get down these different rabbit holes and stuff, and like it always kind of leads me to this stuff. And it shows you where people are at, that they don't even talk about this stuff. It's not even at all. I've never seen one of these people talk about this. Very rarely. Maybe bringing up parasites, maybe out of the thousands and thousands of hours I watched, maybe I've heard someone bring it up maybe a dozen times. Think about that. Out of all the moments to speak truth on panels, on videos, on investigations, on everything that you can imagine, out of these tens of thousands of instances and minutes and hours and opportunities, to hear this stuff being mentioned so little, and for a lot of this to be so new to me, with all these people I used to follow and watch all of them and all their content, for none of them to even touch on this stuff, it says a lot. It does. Thanks, everybody. Digit his channel. Okay. So we'll be continuing this topic for sure, guys, soon. Wow. Thanks, guys, for tuning in. I appreciate it. Everybody that stuck around for this, and everyone that's going to watch after. And much love, everyone. I'll see you guys on the next one. I don't know when it's going to be, but I'm going to have to sit and clear my mind after this one. And so everyone do the same. Stay positive. Don't. They want us to be afraid. So we don't want to do that. We don't want to become aware of this and then go a direction in our minds that they want us to. So we have to remember, when we go to certain mind states, when we find out about this information, they're winning, regardless of the truth that we have. If we don't get to a good mind state and try to stay there and be positive and have balance with this stuff, just like I was going through the problems and then the solutions, then they're winning every time. You know, they love the fear more than anything. So even these parasites too, the more stressed and fearful we are, the more that they thrive, the more our immune system shuts down, and these things thrive and spread and things like that. So we got to stay positive. And dude, we're not going to be perfect. There's no way we can just clear ourselves from all this stuff, but we can, you know, do something, I guess. I don't know. But we're going to be getting into, I think, the spiritual stuff with these parasites too, and then these physical parasites, and we might have fun with that. Get on religion and all these parasitic systems and these hydras and stuff like that. I think that'd be a good direction to go with this. So much love, everyone. Thanks, buddy. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. See you guys soon. Take care.